Hey, beautiful souls, hope you're feeling relaxed. Let's do a quick check-in. What's something simple that brought you joy today? A warm drink? A cozy blanket? A kind word? Also, where are you listening from? It's always amazing to see our community grow across the world. Before you unwind, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps us grow. Now, dim the lights, close your eyes, and relax. I don't believe in ghosts. Never have. To be honest, I laugh at that kind of stuff. All those ridiculous ghost hunting shows, blurry photos, and people swearing their grandma's house is haunted just because the floor creaks at night. It's all just stories, nothing real. That's what I thought. But after what happened to me on the night shift, I don't know what to believe anymore. I wish I could go back to being that guy who laughed at this stuff, I really do. Because now, I can't even think about it without feeling sick. I used to work as an overnight security guard at Ridgeway Mall. Not a great job, not a bad one either. The pay was garbage, but it was easy. Just me, a chair, some monitors, and the same empty hallways night after night. The mall closed at 9 p.m., but we didn't officially lock the doors until 10. After that, it was just me and the cameras. It wasn't a big mall, just 2 floors, a food court, and maybe 30 stores total. A few clothing shops, a pharmacy, some overpriced shoe stores, nothing special. But it had been around since the 80s, and it felt old. Even during the day, it had this weird, quiet energy, the kind that made you check over your shoulder for no reason. At night, it was worse. Once the last janitor left, it was just me and the silence. I used to tell myself I liked it, that it was better than dealing with annoying customers or a boss breathing down my neck. I don't tell myself that anymore. The first time I saw her, I didn't think anything of it. It was a little past midnight. I was in the security office watching the camera feeds, half asleep like usual. Then, out of nowhere, movement. One of the screens flickered, camera 8. I sat up, rubbing my eyes. A woman was standing in the middle of a clothing store. She had long, dark hair and was wearing a bright red dress. The kind you'd notice, the kind that didn't belong in a mall after hours. I frowned, leaning closer to the monitor. It wasn't unheard of for someone to get locked inside after closing. Sometimes, a kid would fall asleep in the movie theater, or some drunk idiot would hide in the bathroom. But something about her was off. She wasn't moving, just standing there. The security cameras didn't have sound, but even through the grainy footage, I could tell she was staring at something. I grabbed my radio. "Dispatch, this is Charlie. I've got a possible trespasser in Forever 21. Gonna check it out." No response. Typical. The only other guard on duty was probably asleep in his car. I sighed, grabbed my flashlight, and headed toward the store. It took me less than 5 minutes to get there. I stepped inside, sweeping the flashlight across the empty aisles. Nothing. No woman, no red dress. Just rows of mannequins and racks of clothes. I checked the fitting rooms, the stock room, everything. No sign of her. I walked back to the office, feeling weirdly on edge. When I checked the footage again, my stomach dropped. because at the exact moment I had entered the store, she had walked out. She had left the store before I got there, and I had never seen her. I sat back in my chair, rubbing the back of my neck. Maybe the cameras were lagging. Maybe I had just missed her. That's what I told myself. I wish I had believed it. The next night, I saw her again. This time she was standing in the food court. Same red dress, same long dark hair. Just standing there. Not eating, not moving. Like she was waiting for something. I didn't bother calling it in. I just went straight there. And again nothing. No footprints, no sign that anyone had been there at all. By the time I got back to the security office, my hands were shaking. I rewound the footage. This time, I caught something else. When I had left the security room to go check, she had turned her head, slowly, and looked directly at the camera. I slammed the laptop shut. This was a prank. Had to be. Someone was screwing with me. Maybe a coworker had hacked the system, or some punk kid had found a way to loop old footage. I wanted to believe that. But a small growing part of me knew better. For the next few nights, it kept happening. Every night, somewhere different. Sometimes in the pharmacy, sometimes near the escalators. Always alone. Always staring at something I couldn't see. I stopped checking in person. What was the point? She was never there. And the worst part, I started getting this feeling. Like she was getting closer. At first, she had been far away, in the big open spaces of the mall. But then I started seeing her just outside the security office, standing at the end of the hallway, standing at the top of the stairs, standing in the reflection of the glass doors just before I turned off the lights. It was like she was testing me, seeing how long it would take before I broke. I didn't tell anyone. Because honestly, what the hell would I even say? Hey boss, there's a woman in a red dress who keeps showing up on the cameras but isn't really there. I'd be fired or laughed at. So I just kept watching and waiting and hoping it would stop. It didn't. One night, right before my shift ended, I was watching the cameras like usual. The mall was empty. The janitors had left. Then movement. Camera 12. I clicked on the feed, already knowing what I'd see. The woman in the red dress. Only this time, she wasn't in a store. She wasn't in the food court. She was in the hallway. The one that led directly to the security office. My stomach tightened. I watched as she took slow, deliberate steps. Closer and closer, until she was just outside the office door. I could feel my pulse in my throat. The screen flickered. She raised her hand, knuckles just inches from the door. Then, the power went out. Everything went black. The screens, the lights, the emergency backups, all of it. I didn't even have time to react. I heard one thing, just before everything cut out completely. The slow, quiet creak of the security door. Opening. Then, nothing. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember reaching for my flashlight. All I remember is the dark. Thick, heavy, wrong. I couldn't see a damn thing. The security office was small, barely big enough for a desk, a chair, and the monitor station, but when the power went out, it suddenly felt huge. Like the walls had pulled back, like there was too much space around me. Too much room for someone else to be there. I gripped my flashlight, hand slick with sweat, and flicked it on. The weak beam cut through the darkness. I swept it across the office desk, chair, monitors, nothing out of place. Then I turned toward the door. It was open. A crack just wide enough to see into the hallway. I knew I had locked it. I always locked it. My stomach twisted. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to breathe. Hello? My own voice sounded wrong. Small, like it didn't belong in the air. Silence. Then, a sound. Soft, deliberate. Footsteps. Slow. Coming toward me. I felt every muscle in my body tighten. I flicked the flashlight toward the door. The beam caught nothing but empty space. But the footsteps kept coming. I couldn't see her, but I could feel her. Standing just outside the doorway, watching me, waiting. I gripped the radio at my belt, hands shaking, and pressed the call button. Dispatch, this is Charlie. I need. Static. I squeezed the button again. Dispatch, come in. The power's out. I need backup. Nothing. Just more static, like the signal had been swallowed. Like I was the only person left in the entire mall. I turned back toward the door and froze. The chair behind my desk was spinning, like someone had just been sitting in it and had stood up. A sharp wave of nausea hit me. I backed up, flashlight trembling in my grip. My foot hit something solid. I stopped breathing. I didn't want to turn around. I didn't want to see what was behind me. I turned anyway and saw nothing. The wall, the filing cabinet, nothing else. But the air felt thick, like something had just been there, like something was still there. I needed to get the hell out. I lunged for the door, grabbing the handle and yanking it open. I ran. The hallway was too quiet. I half expected alarms to be blaring, backup generators kicking on, but there was nothing. Just silence and darkness. My flashlight beam bobbed as I moved, my shoes slamming against the tile. I turned the first corner, then the next, heading for the emergency exit near the loading dock. It should have taken less than a minute, but the hallway felt longer, like I wasn't getting anywhere. like no matter how fast I moved, I was still in the same place. Then up ahead, a shadow, a figure. I skidded to a stop, my breath caught in my throat. I lifted the flashlight, my fingers aching from how tight I was gripping it. She was standing there, the woman in the red dress. She wasn't moving, wasn't walking toward me. She was just waiting, like she knew I had to come this way, like she knew there was nowhere else to go. My chest tightened. The way she was standing, too still, too straight, too unnatural. Something was wrong with her. I took a slow, shaky step back. And then she took a step forward. I turned and ran. I don't know how long I ran. Maybe it was only seconds. Maybe it was longer. All I know is that when I turned another corner, I slammed into someone. A real person. A real, solid person. I stumbled back, my flashlight clattering to the floor. A hand grabbed my shoulder, keeping me upright. Jesus, Charlie, what the hell are you doing? I looked up. Brandon, one of the janitors. His brow was furrowed, confused. His mop was still in his other hand. My chest heaved. I couldn't get a word out. He frowned. Dude, you okay? I bent over, bracing my hands on my knees, trying to breathe. The hallway lights sputtered back on. A loud hum filled the air as the mall's power returned. I lifted my head slowly, blinking at the sudden brightness. Everything looked normal, like the power had never gone out. Like I hadn't just been running for my life. Brandon gave me a weird look. You look like you just saw a ghost. I let out a short, humorless laugh. I think I did. He smirked, shaking his head. Yeah, well, it's Ridgeway. Wouldn't surprise me. I forced a chuckle, but my hands were still shaking. I looked back down the hallway. Empty. No woman in a red dress. No one waiting in the shadows. Nothing. Come on, Brandon said, clapping a hand on my back. Let's get you some water. You look like you're about to pass out. I nodded, still too shaken to argue. As we walked back toward the main floor, I kept looking over my shoulder. Every empty hallway, every darkened store, every shadow. And the whole time I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't outrun her, that she had let me go. For now, because she knew I'd be back tomorrow, and she'd be waiting. I never should have gone back. I should have quit the moment the lights went out, the moment I heard those footsteps, the moment I felt something standing in the room with me. But I convinced myself it wasn't real, that I had been tired, stressed, maybe even half asleep at my desk when it happened. That's the only way I could explain it. Because if I admitted it was real, then I had to admit something worse, that I wasn't alone in that mall at night. The next evening, I walked into the security office like nothing had happened. Like I hadn't blacked out in the food court. Like I hadn't felt someone breathe against my ear. I set my coffee down, logged into the system, and checked the cameras. I told myself this was just another night shift. Nothing weird was going to happen. And for the first few hours, I was right. Midnight came and went. I did my usual rounds, checked the exits, made sure all the stores were locked. No flickering cameras, no movement in the halls. For the first time in weeks, I started to think maybe, whatever it was over. Then 2:11 a.m. Camera 3 flickered. My stomach dropped. I stared at the screen, pulse hammering. The camera was facing the main entrance. And there, standing just outside the glass doors, was her. The woman in the red dress. She wasn't inside this time. She was outside, just standing there, facing the entrance, facing me, waiting. The mall doors were locked. There was no way she could have gotten in. But as I watched, she moved. Not walking, not turning. 1 second she was standing at the entrance. The next, she was closer, right against the glass. Her face was blurred by the glare of the lights, but I swear to God she was looking at me. A deep instinctual fear gripped me. Something in my brain screamed, "Leave, now." I grabbed my keys, my radio, my phone, everything I needed, and bolted from the office. I didn't look at the screens again. I didn't check the hallways. I ran straight to the staff exit near the loading docks. The second I hit the door, I shoved it open and stepped outside. Cold night air rushed over me. I turned, expecting, dreading to see her standing there. But there was nothing. No woman in red. No one outside the mall. I stood there, panting, trying to pull myself together. It wasn't real. It couldn't have been real. I fumbled for my phone, fingers shaking, and called my boss. It rang 5 times before he finally picked up. "Charlie?" He sounded groggy. "I quit," I said, my voice shaking. "I'm done. I don't care about the notice. I'm done." A pause. Then, instead of arguing, he sighed. "Yeah," he muttered. "I figured you might." My heart skipped. "What?" Another pause. Then softer. "You're not the first one, you know." A chill ran through me. "What do you mean?" I whispered. "3 guys before you, all quit the same way. Middle of their shift, freaked out, never came back. I knew it had happened to you too, eventually." My skin prickled. "You knew?" He sighed. "Look, Charlie, I don't know what you saw, and I don't want to know, but let me give you some advice." His voice was lower now, like he didn't want someone else to hear. "Don't look for answers. Just be glad you got out." I didn't say anything. I was too scared to ask what he meant. I hung up without another word. Then I got in my car and drove away. And I never went back. That was 2 years ago. I don't work security anymore. I won't take night shifts. I won't work alone. I don't even go to malls after dark. Because I know what I saw. I know what I heard, and I know that if I had stayed one more night, I wouldn't have left at all. It was the price that hooked me. $60 a night for a private guest house in a quiet little town. No way I was passing that up. I scrolled through the listing again as my GPS guided me up the winding mountain roads. The pictures showed a small but charming guest house tucked behind a larger home, surrounded by tall pines. The reviews were all glowing. Cozy, private, perfect for a weekend escape, just what I needed. The past month had been a messwork stress, a breakup, and the constant feeling of burnout. I wanted somewhere quiet to clear my head, and this seemed like the perfect spot. I pulled into the gravel driveway just as the sun was setting. The main house was older, a rustic two-story cabin with a wraparound porch. The guest house sat just behind it, smaller but well kept, with warm light glowing from the windows. Before I even turned off my engine, the host was already outside. "Hey there, you must be Mia." A man in his 50s waved enthusiastically from the porch. He was tall and lanky, with a salt and pepper beard and a flannel shirt that looked like it had seen better days. His name was Ray, according to the listing. I gave a small wave back. "Yep, that's me." He hurried down the steps and over to my car before I even had a chance to get out. A little too eager, but maybe he was just one of those overly friendly small-town types. "Long drive?" he asked, grinning as I stepped out. "About 3 hours," I said, stretching my legs. "Well, I'm real glad you made it," he said. "Been looking forward to having a guest again. It's been a while." That struck me as odd. The listing had recent reviews, didn't it? But I didn't think much of it. Ray grabbed my suitcase before I could protest. "Let me help you with that. Got the place all cleaned up for you, fresh sheets, stocked fridge, whole deal." "Thanks," I said hesitantly. I followed him up the short path to the guest house. The porch light flickered slightly as he unlocked the door and pushed it open. "Here we are," he said, stepping aside. The inside was cute, small but clean, with a couch, a little kitchenette, and a bedroom off to the side. It smelled faintly of pine and something else I couldn't quite place. Not bad, just unfamiliar. "The bathroom's through there," Ray pointed. "Got extra towels under the sink. If you need anything, I'm just next door." "Great, thanks." He lingered in the doorway for a second too long, like he was waiting for something. I forced a polite smile. "Well, I'm pretty tired from the drive, so—" "Oh, right, of course," he said quickly. "I'll let you get settled." He stepped back onto the porch, but hesitated again. "One last thing," he said. "Cell service is spotty up here, but the landline in the kitchen works fine if you need it. And just make sure you keep the doors locked at night." I frowned. "Why?" Ray chuckled. "Oh, nothing to worry about. Just, small town. Better safe than sorry." With that, he gave a little wave and disappeared into the night. I shut the door and locked it. That first night was uneventful. I made myself a quick dinner, watched some Netflix on my laptop, and fell asleep fast. The next morning I woke up feeling more rested than I had in weeks. The sun was streaming through the curtains, and birds chirped outside. I took my time getting ready, enjoying the rare feeling of having nowhere to be. After a late breakfast, I decided to take a walk around town. It was small, just a handful of shops, a gas station, and a diner. I grabbed a coffee and wandered around, chatting briefly with a few locals. When I mentioned where I was staying, though, I got some weird looks. "Ray's place?" the barista asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah," I said, "the guest house behind his cabin." She hesitated. Didn't know he was still renting that out. "What do you mean?" She just shrugged. Thought he stopped after his wife passed. I didn't know what to say to that. The listing hadn't mentioned anything about his wife. "Well," I said, forcing a smile, "he seems nice enough." She just nodded slowly. I brushed it off. Small towns were always full of gossip. That night, things started feeling off. It was little things at first. When I went to brush my teeth, I noticed faint fingerprints on the bathroom mirror. I didn't remember touching it. My shampoo bottle felt lighter, like it had been used. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe I had touched the mirror without thinking. Maybe I had used more shampoo than I realized. But then I saw the closet door. I knew I had closed it when I unpacked. I was sure of it. But now, it was open just a crack. I stood frozen for a few seconds, staring at the dark sliver of space beyond the door. Slowly, I reached out and pulled it open. Nothing, just my suitcase, exactly where I left it. I let out a breath and laughed a little at myself. You're being paranoid. Still, I double-checked the front door. Locked. I even slid a chair in front of it just to be sure. I went to bed, telling myself I was overthinking. At around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a sound. A faint click. I held my breath. The room was pitch dark, my ears strained, waiting. Click. It was coming from the kitchen. I sat up slowly, heart pounding. Then the floor creaked. I wasn't alone. I didn't move. My body was locked in place, every muscle tensed as I strained to listen. Click. Another sound, closer this time. It wasn't loud, but in the dead silence of the room, it felt deafening. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers fumbling. I pressed the side button. Nothing. The screen stayed black. Did my phone die? I swore I had charged it before bed. A shadow passed over the crack of light under the bedroom door. I sucked in a breath, my pulse hammering in my ears. Someone was in the guest house. For a split second, I thought about calling out. Maybe it was Ray checking in on something. But why the hell would he be in here at 2 in the morning? I gripped the blanket and slid out of bed as quietly as I could, pressing my feet to the cold floor. I moved slowly, inching toward the closet. If I needed to hide, that was my best bet. Then the kitchen floor creaked again. I swallowed hard. The door had been locked. I knew it had. I moved faster, slipping into the closet and pulling the door shut just as another soft click came from the other side of the bedroom door. The doorknob. Someone was testing it. I pressed myself against the back wall, breathing shallow. My fingers shook as I covered my mouth, trying not to make a sound. The door didn't open. Instead, there was a long pause. Then, slow, deliberate footsteps moving away. I stayed in the closet for what felt like hours, my heartbeat rattling in my skull. I couldn't hear anything anymore. Whoever was out there had gone silent. Or they were waiting. I needed to do something. Carefully, I reached for my phone again. Nothing. I cursed internally. I had no idea if the landline Ray mentioned actually worked, but it was my only option. I took a deep breath. 1, 2, 3. Then I threw the closet door open and sprinted. I nearly tripped in the dark, fumbling through the bedroom and into the living area. My fingers found the light switch, and the room flooded with yellow light. The kitchen was empty. The front door was still locked. The chair I had pushed against it hadn't moved. I stood there, panting, my mind scrambling to make sense of it. Did I imagine the whole thing? The doorknob had moved. The floor had creaked. Someone had been here. But the door was still locked. I hesitated for only a second before snatching the landline off the counter and dialing 911. Nothing. Not even a dial tone. I slammed the phone down. My hands were shaking. I needed to get out of here. I grabbed my car keys from the table, bolted to the door, and yanked it open, only to find Ray standing on the porch. I stumbled back, a sharp yelp escaping my throat. "Whoa there," he said, hands raised. "Didn't mean to scare you." I pressed a hand to my chest, trying to slow my breathing. What are you doing here?" Ray furrowed his brow, heard a noise, thought I'd check in, make sure everything's all right. I stared at him. His face was calm, but something about his presence made my skin crawl. I glanced past him. His house was dark, no porch light, no movement. "How'd you hear anything from over there?" I asked, my voice hoarse. His lips twitched just for a second, then he shrugged. "Thin walls." My stomach turned. I gripped my keys tighter. Someone was in here. Ray blinked. "What?" "I heard someone in here," I said, my voice rising. "The door. Someone was trying to open my bedroom door." His expression didn't change. "Door's locked though, ain't it?" "That's not the point," I snapped. "I know what I heard." Ray exhaled slowly and rubbed the back of his neck. "Mia, it's late. You sure you weren't dreaming?" I clenched my jaw. I knew what I heard. But he was looking at me the way people look at someone who's overreacting. And in that moment, standing there barefoot in my pajamas, hands shaking, I realized how I looked. I swallowed hard. Ray sighed. "Listen, I'll check around, but there ain't nobody out here but us." I didn't believe him, not for a second. But what was I supposed to do? Drive away in the middle of the night with nowhere to go? I exhaled sharply, forcing my voice to stay level. "Fine." Ray studied me for a second, then nodded. "Try to get some sleep, all right." I didn't respond. He stepped off the porch, disappearing into the dark. I shut the door and locked it again, then grabbed a chair from the kitchen, and wedged it under the doorknob. Sleep was out of the question. Morning came slowly. I spent the night sitting on the couch, every sound making my nerves jump. By the time the sun crept through the windows, I had already packed my bag. I was leaving. I didn't care if I had another night booked. I'd drive home, sleep in my own bed, and pretend this nightmare never happened. I grabbed my phone, hoping maybe the battery had just been drained, but when I pressed the button, the screen stayed black. Dead. I knew I had charged it. I zipped my bag and slung it over my shoulder. The second I stepped outside, I felt something was wrong. Ray wasn't on his porch. His truck was still in the driveway, but the house was eerily still. I ignored the uneasy feeling in my gut and walked straight to my car, pressing the key fob. Nothing happened. I frowned and tried again. Still nothing. Panic clawed at my chest. I rushed forward and yanked the driver's side door open. When I turned the key in the ignition, the engine sputtered but didn't start. Number? No. I popped the hood and got out, pretending I had a clue what I was doing. Then I saw it. The battery cables had been cut. A cold wave of fear crashed over me. I stumbled back from the car, my breath quickening. A soft creak made me freeze. I turned slowly. Ray was standing on his porch watching me. He smiled. I didn't move. Ray stood on his porch, arms crossed, watching me. His smile was small, barely there, but something about it made my stomach twist. He knew my car wasn't starting. I forced myself to breathe, steadying my voice. My car won't start. Ray nodded slowly. That right? I swallowed hard. Yeah. Could be the cold, he said, or maybe something else. I clenched my hands into fists. Looks like the battery cables were cut. His expression didn't change. Didn't even flinch. My heart pounded. I can take a look for you, he finally said, stepping off the porch. I stepped back. No, I got it. His eyes flickered to my hand shaking, useless. You sure? I forced a nod. I'll call for help. I knew the landline didn't work, but I had to say something. Ray let out a small chuckle, shaking his head like I had just said something funny. Reception's pretty spotty out here, he said. Might take a while. I fought the urge to run. Instead, I forced a casual shrug, trying to keep my voice steady. Yeah, well, I'll figure it out. He watched me for a second longer, then nodded. All right then. Then, just like that, he turned and walked back inside his house. I stood frozen for what felt like forever, waiting to see if he'd come back out. He didn't. I exhaled shakily and rushed back inside the guest house, locking the door behind me. I had to get out of here. I paced the small living room, trying to think. My phone was dead. The landline was useless. My car wasn't going anywhere. I could run. But run where? The town was miles away, and the roads were surrounded by thick woods. If Ray wanted to find me, he would. I peeked through the blinds toward his house. No movement. Maybe he was just messing with me. Maybe he wanted me to feel scared, like some kind of sick game. Or maybe he wasn't working alone. The thought made my blood run cold. I had to check something. I grabbed my laptop from my bag and opened the Airbnb app. I clicked on the reservation to message someone about what was happening. But the listing was gone. I stared at the screen. No results found. That wasn't possible. I clicked back to my messages, scrolling through my past conversations with Ray. They were gone too. It was like the listing had never existed. My hands shook as I typed out a message to Airbnb support. My reservation disappeared. I think something is wrong. I hit send. An error popped up. No internet connection. I slammed the laptop shut, my pulse racing. This wasn't just paranoia. This wasn't me being dramatic. This was real. I forced myself to think. Ray didn't know about my laptop. He had no idea I had seen the listing disappear. As far as he knew, I was just another clueless guest. Maybe I could use that. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. If I wanted to get out of here alive, I had to act normal. I had to make him think I believed him. A few hours passed. I stayed inside, trying to keep myself from panicking. Around noon, there was a knock at the door. I jumped. Ray's voice came through the wood. "Mia?" I wiped my hands on my jeans, took a deep breath, and opened the door. He smiled. "Thought you might be hungry." He held up a plate, eggs, toast, bacon, a normal, friendly gesture. I forced a smile. "Thanks." He handed it to me. "Figured you'd be staying a little longer, with your car and all." I nodded, keeping my face neutral. "Yeah, I guess so." "Good," he said. "I don't get much company these days." I swallowed hard. I appreciate the hospitality. His smile widened. I shut the door and locked it again, my stomach churning. I wasn't touching the food. By the time the sun started setting, I had a plan. I was going to leave, even if it meant walking through the woods all night. I packed my bag as quietly as I could, stuffing everything inside. Then I waited. Waited for the lights in Ray's house to go out. Waited for him to think I was asleep. By midnight, the house was dark. I slung my bag over my shoulder, slipped on my shoes, and took one last breath. Then I unlatched the window and climbed out. The cold air hit me instantly. The gravel crunched beneath my shoes as I crouched low, creeping toward the tree line. I didn't look at Ray's house. Didn't even glance. I just moved. My heart pounded as I reached the edge of the woods. If I could make it far enough, I could find a road, a car, something. Then I heard it. A whistle. Long, slow, deliberate. My blood turned to ice. It was coming from the porch. I turned my head slowly, my breath caught in my throat. Ray was sitting in a rocking chair, watching me. rocking back and forth, smiling. "You weren't going to say goodbye," he called out. My whole body seized. "Run." I turned and sprinted into the woods, branches whipping against my arms, my feet stumbling over roots. Behind me, I heard movement. He was following me. I ran faster, lungs burning, heart slamming against my ribs. The darkness was thick, but I didn't stop. Didn't look back. Then lights. Headlights. A car. I burst out of the trees onto the road, waving my arms frantically. The car screeched to a stop. A woman rolled down the window. "Jesus, are you okay?" I could barely breathe. "Please, please help me." Her eyes flicked past me. My stomach dropped. She saw something. I turned. Ray stood at the tree line, still smiling. The woman in the car hesitated. Her hands tightened on the wheel, eyes darting between me and Ray. "Who is that?" she asked. I was out of breath, shaking so badly I could barely speak. "Please, just drive. Just get me out of here." Ray didn't move, didn't call out. He just stood there, half hidden in the darkness of the trees, smiling like this was all some kind of joke. The woman didn't need more convincing. She reached over, yanked the passenger door open. "Get in." I dove inside, slamming the door shut. She didn't waste a second. The tires skidded as she peeled away, the headlights swallowing up the dark road. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I pressed myself into the seat, my pulse still jackhammering in my ears. My brain struggled to catch up. I was safe, safer, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. The woman kept glancing at me. "You okay?" I swallowed hard, trying to find my voice. "Yeah, I think so." She didn't look convinced. "Where were you running from?" I took a breath, still rattled. "I was staying at this Airbnb. That guy Ray, he was my host." Her fingers tightened on the wheel. "You were at Ray's place?" I blinked at her. "You know him?" She let out a sharp breath, shaking her head. "Not personally, but everybody around here knows about him." I waited, my skin crawling. She kept her eyes on the road. "His wife went missing a few years back, just disappeared. No body, no note, nothing." I gripped my seatbelt. Jesus. The cops looked into him, but there wasn't any evidence, no proof of foul play. She let out a humorless laugh. "Small town, you know how it is." I didn't, but I was starting to understand. I wiped my damp palms against my jeans. "The listing disappeared," I said. "Like off the app, it was just gone." The woman frowned. "You booked it online?" "Yeah." She was quiet for a long moment. Then, "That place hasn't been listed for a long time." A chill crawled up my spine. I turned, staring out the window as the trees blurred past. I had no idea where I had been staying. She dropped me off at the police station. I stumbled inside, still shaking. It was late, the front desk mostly empty except for a tired-looking officer sipping coffee. I must have looked Awful messy hair, torn clothes, wild eyes because as soon as he saw me, he straightened. "Miss, you okay?" I gripped the counter, my breath still uneven. "I need to report something." I told them everything. They listened, asked questions, took notes. I expected them to brush me off. I thought they'd look at me like I was crazy. But when I mentioned Ray, the room got colder. The officer exchanged a look with his partner. "You said the listing disappeared?" "Yeah," I said, "and I think—" my throat tightened. "I think someone was inside while I was sleeping." The officers didn't speak for a long moment. Then one of them sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. "We'll send someone out." They let me stay at the station while they checked the property. I sat in one of those awful plastic chairs, my foot bouncing. I couldn't stop replaying it in my head. The sounds, the footsteps, that smile. A couple of hours passed before they came back. Ray was gone. His house was empty. The guest house was exactly as I had left it, except for one thing. In the closet, wedged behind the loose paneling, they found something. A camera. I felt sick. It had been watching me. The officers didn't say much after that. They asked me if I wanted to press charges, but for what? Trespassing? Disturbing the peace? The listing didn't exist. There were no records, no contract, nothing. As far as Airbnb was concerned, I had never even been there. And as for Ray, had vanished. I went home the next day. Didn't sleep, barely ate. I kept expecting to see that smile in my window, hear that slow, deliberate click of a doorknob turning in the dark. But the days passed and nothing happened. No word from the police. No sign of Ray. Eventually I tried to move on, tried to forget. But sometimes, late at night, I wonder, how many other people booked that Airbnb, and how many never left? I've never been the kind of person to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I always figured if something weird happened, there had to be a rational explanation. Sleep paralysis, electrical interference, stress, whatever. There was always a reason. That's why when my son Ethan first started talking about the tall lady, I didn't think much of it. It was just an imaginary friend. Kids do that. Ethan was 4 years old at the time, small for his age, quiet but curious. He was one of those kids who could play with blocks for hours without getting bored, always in his own world. We had been living in our house for about 6 months, a quiet little 2-bedroom in a suburban neighborhood. It wasn't anything special, but it was home. Ethan had his own room, decorated with dinosaur posters and glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling. Nothing about it was scary. Nothing about it felt wrong. At least, not at first. The first time I heard him talking at night, I barely even registered it. I was in the living room, half asleep on the couch, television still playing some late-night infomercial. I remember glancing at the clock just after midnight. Then I heard it. A soft voice coming from down the hall. Ethan's room. I sat up, rubbing my eyes. The baby monitor was on the coffee table, the little red light blinking steadily. I picked it up and turned the volume up. At first, I thought he was just talking in his sleep. But then I realized he was answering someone. A pause. Then his voice, soft and serious. Okay, but why? Silence. No, I don't think so. Another pause. Because Daddy says I can't. I frowned, getting to my feet. Was he awake? I walked down the hall and pushed his bedroom door open just enough to peek inside. The nightlight was on, casting a soft glow over the room. Ethan was sitting up in bed, facing the closet. His little hands were gripping the blanket, shoulders stiff. "Ethan," I whispered. He flinched and turned to look at me. His face was sleepy, confused. "Hey, bud, who are you talking to?" He blinked at me like it was a dumb question. "The tall lady." I let out a small breath. "Imaginary friend." "Ah," I said, stepping inside. "And what were you guys talking about?" Ethan yawned. "She wanted me to come closer." My skin prickled. Not because I actually thought anything was wrong, but because of the way he said it, so casual, like he was talking about something normal. "Closer to what?" I asked, sitting on the edge of his bed. He pointed at the closet. I glanced at it. The door was slightly open, just a crack. I smiled, ruffling his hair. "Okay, bud. Time to sleep. No more late-night chats, all right?" He didn't argue, just nodded and flopped back onto his pillow. I stood up, walked over to the closet and shut the door all the way. The old hinges creaked as I did. When I turned back to Ethan, he was watching me. "She doesn't like when you do that," he mumbled sleepily. A small, uneasy feeling crawled up my spine. I forced a chuckle. "Well, she'll have to deal with it." He didn't respond. I kissed his forehead, turned off the night light, and left the room, shaking off the weirdness. It was just a game, a phase. I had no idea how much worse it would get. The next morning at breakfast, I asked him more about the tall lady. Ethan was busy stabbing at his pancakes with a fork, swinging his little feet under the table. "So, this tall lady," I said, taking a sip of coffee. "What's she like?" Ethan shrugged. "She's tall." I smirked. "Yeah, I figured. What else?" He thought about it. "She has long fingers." "Uh-huh." "And her face is blurry." That caught me off guard. Blurry. He nodded like it was the most normal thing in the world, like when you look through a window with rain on it. That uneasy feeling crept back. I forced myself to smile. "And when did she start visiting?" Ethan chewed his pancake thoughtfully. "I don't know. She was here before us." The hairs on my arms stood up. "What do you mean?" He shrugged again. "She says she was in this house first." I stared at him, my coffee turning sour in my mouth. Ethan wasn't a dramatic kid. He didn't make things up just to scare me. And yet here he was, saying this like it was a fact. I shook it off, not wanting to read too much into it. Kids say weird things all the time, but for some reason, I didn't feel like eating anymore. That night, I heard him again. I was awake this time, lying in bed with my phone. Just past midnight. Then, the soft murmur of Ethan's voice. I closed my eyes, exhaling through my nose. He was talking to the tall lady again. I got up, walked down the hall, and opened his door. Ethan was sitting up in bed. The closet door was open again. I knew I had closed it before bed. "Hey," I whispered, "go to sleep, bud." He turned his head slowly, blinking at me in the dim light. "But she's not done talking yet. She can talk tomorrow." Ethan hesitated, then reluctantly he slid down under the covers. I walked to the closet and shut it again. This time, I made sure the latch clicked. Ethan mumbled something as I tucked him in. "What was that?" I asked. He turned his face into the pillow. "She says you don't want to see her." A shiver crawled down my spine. I didn't answer. I just turned off the light and left the room. As I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I told myself it was just a phase. A harmless, weird little phase. But deep down, something in me wasn't so sure. The thing about being a parent is that you learn to brush off weird things your kid says. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. Ethan's imaginary friend, the tall lady, was just that. A creation of his overactive imagination, nothing more. But over the next few weeks, it started to bother me. Not in an obvious horror movie kind of way. It was small things. Things I would have ignored if they weren't adding up. One morning, I went to wake him up for preschool. When I opened his door, I stopped cold. His toys, little plastic dinosaurs, stuffed animals, a few cars were all lined up in a perfect row facing the closet. Like an audience. It looked deliberate. I frowned, rubbing my face. "Ethan?" He groaned, pulling the blankets over his head. I walked over, nudging his shoulder. "Hey, buddy, did you line up all your toys like that?" He peeked out, blinking at the lineup on the floor. He shrugged sleepily. She wanted to play. A weird feeling twisted in my stomach. Who? The tall lady. I exhaled through my nose, trying not to overthink it. "Ethan, I told you playing after bedtime." He yawned. "I wasn't. She did it." I looked back at the toys. I knelt down and touched one of the plastic dinosaurs. It was warm, like it had just been in someone's hand. I swallowed hard. "Come on, get dressed. You're going to be late for school." He didn't argue, but something about the way he avoided looking at the closet made me uneasy. I gathered up his toys and put them back where they belonged. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was undoing something. At preschool pickup that afternoon, his teacher pulled me aside. "Hey, Mr. Wallace, can I talk to you for a second?" I felt my stomach tighten. "Sure, what's up?" She gave me a small smile, but there was something behind it, concern. "Ethan's been a little distracted in class lately." I frowned, distracted how. He seems tired, she said gently, like he's not sleeping well. And during art time today, I asked the kids to draw their families. She pulled a folded sheet of paper from her clipboard and handed it to me. It was a crayon drawing. 3 stick figures, 1 short, Ethan, 1 medium, me, and 1 tall. Very tall. Thin, with long arms and long fingers. Standing behind me. I forced a chuckle, but my skin crawled. Creative kid, huh? The teacher nodded. Yeah. It's just, when I asked him who that was, he got quiet. Then he said, "She's always there." I looked down at the drawing again. The figure's face was empty. I folded the paper quickly and shoved it into my pocket. "Thanks for letting me know," I said. That night, when Ethan went to bed, I left the paper in my nightstand. I didn't throw it away. I don't know why. A few nights later, I woke up to screaming. Not whining, not calling for Mephalon screaming. I ran down the hall and threw open his door. He was on the floor, crammed under his bed, shaking. I dropped to my knees. "Ethan, what happened?" He wouldn't come out. His hands were clamped over his ears. I reached under and pulled him into my arms. His whole body was trembling. I stroked his hair, my heart racing. "It's okay, bud. You're okay. Just breathe." His little fingers dug into my shirt. "She's mad," he whispered. I froze. "Who's mad?" His breath hitched. "She doesn't like when you look at her." I swallowed. I had no idea what to say to that. Then I noticed something. The closet door. It was open. Just a crack. The same way I always found it. Something inside me tightened. I stood up, still holding Ethan, and reached out to close it. Ethan screamed. "No, Daddy, don't." I stopped cold. He was sobbing into my chest now, his whole body stiff. I didn't close it. Not because I was scared, but because Ethan was. That was enough for me. I carried him to my room and let him sleep in my bed that night. He clung to me the whole time. I barely slept at all. The next day, I called a child psychologist. I told myself it was just to be safe, that this was normal, that kids had nightmares, that maybe there was some stress from school, or maybe I just wasn't spending enough time with him. The receptionist scheduled an appointment for later that week. That night, I tried something new. When Ethan went to bed, I took a piece of tape and sealed the closet door shut. Then I pushed his dresser in front of it, just in case. I didn't tell him. I wanted to see what would happen. I woke up around 2 a.m. Something felt off. It took me a second to realize what had woken me. Not a scream. Not crying. A whisper. I sat up in bed, holding my breath. Ethan. Talking. I got up slowly, my heart thudding, and walked down the hall to his room. His door was slightly open. I peeked in. Ethan was sitting up in bed, facing the closet, except that wasn't possible. Because I had blocked the door. My stomach twisted. Ethan? He didn't turn, didn't even flinch. Then, clear as day, I heard him whisper, "No, I can't. Daddy would be mad." Silence. Then softer, "Okay, but only if you carry me." The closet door creaked. Slowly, I flipped on the light, my pulse skyrocketing. The dresser, the one I had pushed in front of the closet, had moved. The tape I had put over the door handle was peeled off, dangling from the edge. I took one step forward, my hands clammy. Ethan turned his head. His eyes were half-lidded, unfocused, like he wasn't fully awake. My voice barely worked. "Ethan, what are you doing?" His gaze drifted toward the closet. Then, in a small, sleepy voice, he mumbled, "She told me to come closer." I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. But for the first time since this started, I felt afraid. I stood in the doorway, completely frozen. Ethan was still sitting up in bed, eyes half-lidded, unfocused, like he was caught between sleep and wakefulness. And the closet door? It was open. Not all the way, but enough. Enough for the dark space inside to gape back at me. Enough for me to wonder, had I really closed it? Had I really moved the dresser? Number. I knew I had. I took a slow breath, stepping forward. "Ethan, bud, let's lie down, okay?" He blinked at me, his little body swaying slightly. Then, in the quietest whisper, he said, "She's still here." A sharp, involuntary chill ran down my back. I swallowed. "Ethan, there's no one here." He didn't argue, just looked toward the closet again. I grabbed his arm gently but firmly and eased him back into bed. He didn't resist. His head hit the pillow, and within seconds his breathing had evened out. Like nothing had happened. Like he didn't even remember. I stood over him for a long time, staring down at his peaceful face. My heart was still hammering. Slowly, I turned toward the closet. The door stood slightly ajar. It was just a closet. Just a dark, empty space. And yet, as I stepped closer, my fingers curling around the handle, I had the overwhelming sensation that if I opened it all the way, if I actually looked inside, I wouldn't like what I saw. I shook it off. This was ridiculous. I shut the door firmly. Then I grabbed the dresser and pushed it back in front. Not for Ethan. For me. Then I walked out of his room and left the light on in the hallway. That was the first night in a long time that I slept with my door open. The next morning, Ethan acted completely normal. If he remembered talking to someone, he didn't mention it. If he noticed that I had blocked off his closet, he didn't care. It was like the night before had never happened. But it had, and I couldn't pretend otherwise anymore. So that morning, I took Ethan to his appointment. The child psychologist's office was warm and filled with soft, neutral colors, the kind of place designed to make kids comfortable. There were a few small tables stacked with picture books, and a bin full of stuffed animals. Ethan didn't seem nervous. If anything, he was excited. He loved meeting new people. I sat across from Dr. Patel, a kind-looking woman in her late 40s, while Ethan played on the floor. "So, tell me what's been going on," she said gently. I hesitated. I wasn't sure how to explain this without sounding insane. Finally, I sighed. "Ethan's been talking to someone at night, someone he calls the tall lady." Dr. Patel nodded like that wasn't unusual. Imaginary friends are common at this age. I rubbed my palms together. Yeah, I thought that too. But lately, it's been weird. Weird how? I glanced at Ethan, who was busy stacking blocks, and lowered my voice. "He talks about her like she's real. Says she doesn't like when I close the closet. That she was here before us. That I don't want to see her." Dr. Patel hummed thoughtfully, jotting something down in her notes. I kept going. "He's been acting out in his sleep, whispering to someone. Last night I caught him standing at his closet. He told me she told him to come closer." That part must have caught her attention because she looked up. "And when I closed the closet, he screamed, like really screamed." Dr. Patel nodded, thinking. Then she smiled, setting her notebook aside. "There are a few possibilities here, Mr. Wallace." I nodded slowly. She leaned forward. "Some children experience hypnagogic hallucinations. They see or hear things while they're falling asleep. It's completely normal at Ethan's age." I exhaled. "Okay." "Other times," she continued, "children create imaginary figures to cope with something. A move, a loss, a change. Have there been any major transitions in Ethan's life recently?" I frowned. "Not really. We moved into our house 6 months ago, but it wasn't a huge change. He adjusted well." She nodded. "And there's one more thing to consider. Night terrors. Some kids sleepwalk, talk in their sleep, or even react to dreams physically." I ran a hand down my face. "So, what do I do?" Dr. Patel smiled reassuringly. "First, try to create a consistent bedtime routine. Keep lights dim. Make sure the environment is relaxing. If the tall lady is a source of comfort, don't discourage it. Just gently remind him that she can't make the rules." I nodded, absorbing all of it. "Lastly," she said, "if the behavior escalates, bring him back, and we'll go from there." Escalates. I didn't like the sound of that. But for now, at least, I had an answer. I thanked her, shook her hand, and gathered Ethan up from the floor. In the car, I glanced at him in the rearview mirror. He was staring out the window, humming to himself. Completely normal. Completely fine. I told myself that meant I could stop worrying. I told myself that meant this was just a phase. I told myself that meant everything would go back to normal. But that night, when I put Ethan to bed, something felt different. I left the closet blocked. I left the hallway light on. I told myself I was just being cautious. Then, sometime past midnight, I woke up to the sound of crying. Not loud, not screaming. just soft, shaky sobs. I didn't hesitate. I got up, walked quickly to Ethan's room and pushed the door open. He was sitting up in bed, hugging his knees to his chest. Tears streaked his cheeks. His breath hitched when he saw me. "Hey, bud," I whispered, rushing over. "What's wrong?" Ethan sniffled. His tiny hands gripped the blanket tight. I wiped his tears away, my heart twisting. Then he whispered, "She's mad at you." A lump formed in my throat. I swallowed hard. "Who is?" He wiped his nose on his sleeve. "The tall lady." I took a slow breath. "Why is she mad?" Ethan hesitated. Then in the smallest voice he mumbled, "Because you took me away from her." A slow, creeping chill spread through my chest. I pulled him close, holding him tight. "It's okay," I whispered. "No one's mad. No one's here." He sniffled again, but nodded against my shoulder. I stayed with him until he fell asleep. But I didn't leave. I sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the closet. For the first time since all of this started, I wondered, what if I was wrong? What if this wasn't just a phase? What if the tall lady was never imaginary? I didn't sleep. I sat there, my back against Ethan's bed, staring at his closet door. The dresser was still in front of it, exactly where I had pushed it. The tape I had put over the handle was still in place. Everything should have felt normal. But it didn't. Ethan's words played over and over in my head. "She's mad at you. Because you took me away from her." I ran a hand down my face, exhaling slowly. It wasn't real. Dr. Patel had told me as much. This was a normal phase, a sleep issue, a reaction to stress, even if I didn't know what was causing it. And yet, my gut was telling me something else. I stayed in his room the rest of the night just in case. By morning, Ethan was fine. Happy, chatty, like nothing had happened. He ate his breakfast, watching cartoons while I sipped coffee and tried to shake off my exhaustion. I debated whether I should bring it up. Ask him about the tall lady again. But part of me was scared what he'd say. So I left it alone. That day, at work, I kept checking the clock, counting the hours until bedtime. When I got home, I made dinner, played with Ethan, and read him a bedtime story. I didn't want to act any differently. I didn't want him to feel like something was wrong. Still, when I tucked him in, I hesitated. "Hey, bud." Ethan blinked up at me sleepily. "Yeah? Do you still see the tall lady?" He yawned. "Sometimes." My stomach twisted. "But not a lot," he added quickly, like he sensed my discomfort. "Not when you're around." I tried to ignore the way my arms prickled. "That's good, right?" Ethan shrugged. "She doesn't like you." I forced a smile. "Well, that makes two of us." He giggled. I ruffled his hair and kissed his forehead. "Good night, bud." He murmured something sleepily as I turned off the light. I left the hallway light on. I didn't block the closet this time. I wanted to see what would happen. That night, I set up a baby monitor. I hadn't used one since Ethan was a toddler, but I still had it stored in the garage. It had night vision and a motion sensor. If he was talking in his sleep, I wanted to know. If he was getting up and opening his closet, I wanted to see. I placed the monitor on top of his dresser, angled toward his bed, and set up the receiver in my room. Then, for the first time in weeks, I went to sleep in my own bed. 1:58 a.m. A faint click. The monitor picked up movement. I woke up groggy, staring at the receiver. The screen was small, grainy, and night vision. Ethan was sitting up in bed, not moving, just staring. My pulse quickened. He was looking at the closet. The door was still closed, but I felt that same creeping unease as I watched him. He wasn't talking. Not yet. I leaned forward, turning up the volume. The static buzzed in my ear. Then, 2:02 a.m. Ethan tilted his head. Then, in a whisper, he said, "Okay, but why?" My mouth went dry. He was talking to her again. A long pause. Then, "No, I don't think so." Another pause. "Because Daddy says I can't." I swung my legs over the bed, heart pounding. I had heard this before, almost word for word, the same conversation I had overheard the first night. I started to stand. 2:07 a.m. Ethan reached up, like someone was holding his hand. I stopped cold. There was no one there. The screen showed nothing but his small, outstretched arm. But he was reaching for something. I watched, stomach twisting, as he squeezed his fingers together like grasping onto someone else's hand. A fresh wave of cold fear settled over me. I forced myself to move, gripping the receiver as I headed for his room. Then, 2:12 a.m., he turned his head toward the camera and smiled. Not a sleepy smile, not a goofy little kid smile. Something else. Something I had never seen on him before. My entire body went rigid. I burst into his room. "Ethan!" His head snapped toward me. His expression was normal, confused, sleepy. "Daddy?" I let out a slow breath, swallowing hard. "Go back to sleep, bud." He yawned and lay back down, curling up under the blanket. I turned to the closet. The door was still closed. I knew I had overreacted. I knew this was probably nothing. But I still left the hallway light on and slept in his room that night. Just in case. The next morning, I reviewed the footage. I kept waiting to see something. A shadow, a flicker, a hint that there was another person in the room. But there was nothing. Just Ethan, whispering to no one, reaching for no one, smiling at nothing. I closed the laptop and rubbed my face, trying to shake the unease. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I had let my imagination get the best of me. But I couldn't stop thinking about what he had said. Because Daddy says I can't. like he was being asked to do something. Something he knew I wouldn't allow. That night I made a decision. I was going to sleep in his room, stay up and watch. If I could catch him talking again, if I could figure out what was really happening, then maybe I could stop this before it got worse. So I tucked Ethan in as usual, turned off the light, and sat in the chair by his bed waiting for her, waiting to see if she was really there, or if I was just losing my mind. I didn't expect anything to happen right away. Honestly, I thought I'd sit in that chair all night, fighting sleep, only for Ethan to sleep through it without saying a word. That would have been the best case scenario. But deep down, I knew better. I just didn't expect it to happen so fast. Ethan had been asleep for maybe 2 hours. I sat in the chair beside his bed, arms crossed, staring at the closet, waiting. At first, the room was silent, except for Ethan's slow, steady breathing, the hum of the baby monitor on my nightstand, the occasional creak of the house settling. But around 2 a.m., Ethan stirred. I sat up. His little body shifted under the covers, but his eyes didn't open. His lips moved, too soft to hear. I leaned in, listening. A whisper, so faint I could barely make it out. Okay. I swallowed. Ethan? His eyelids fluttered, but he didn't wake up. A long pause. Then, so quietly, I almost thought I imagined it. She says, "You're not supposed to be here." My stomach tightened. The air in the room suddenly felt too thick. "Ethan," I whispered, "who are you talking to?" He turned his head slightly. Not toward me. Toward the closet. Something inside me bristled. I followed his gaze. The door was shut. I had left it that way. I knew it was just a door. Just a dark, empty space. But I couldn't shake the feeling that if I opened it now, I wouldn't like what I saw. My hands curled into fists. I turned back to Ethan. "Go back to sleep, bud." His brow furrowed slightly, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. Then, "She says she'll see you later." Every hair on my body stood on end. I forced myself to breathe, to not react. Ethan's breathing slowed again. His little body relaxed. He was already drifting back to sleep, like he had just delivered a message, and I was supposed to understand. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, I took Ethan to a neurologist. I needed to rule out every logical explanation. It had to be night terrors, sleepwalking, something medical. Anything but what I was starting to fear. The doctor ran a few tests, checked his reflexes, asked him some questions. Ethan answered them like a normal kid. When the doctor asked if he had been seeing anything strange, Ethan just shrugged. When asked if he remembered talking to the tall lady, he said, "Not really," like it wasn't important. Like it was something he barely thought about. I almost felt relieved. Then the doctor turned to me. "Physically, he's completely fine. No neurological issues, no sleep disorders. I frowned. So what's happening? The doctor sighed, setting down his clipboard. It could still be sleep, related hallucinations common for kids his age. His brain might be confusing dreams with reality. I nodded slowly. But, the doctor hesitated. You said he's been reacting to something unseen, crying, talking. Do you think he's scared? I swallowed. Yeah. Then it could be anxiety manifesting as a fixation. Some kids latch onto an idea and project their fears onto it. You said you moved into a new house recently? 6 months ago. That's still new. A big change like that can create stress, even if he doesn't realize it. I exhaled. So what do I do? The doctor smiled. Keep a routine. Reinforce that he's safe. Maybe consider removing stress triggers. That part made my skin crawl, because I already knew what I had to remove. That night, after Ethan fell asleep, I went back into his room. I stood there in the dark, staring at the mirror on his wall. Ethan had a small oval mirror hanging near his dresser. And lately, I had noticed something. He spent too much time looking at it, not just glancing at himself. Watching, like he was waiting for something. A few nights ago, I caught him staring at his reflection before bed. I ruffled his hair and joked, "Checking yourself out?" He shook his head. It wasn't me looking at me. I laughed at the time, brushed it off. But now, standing in his room in the dark, I didn't feel like laughing. I walked over, grabbed the mirror, and pulled it off the wall. I took it into my bedroom and shoved it into my closet. Then, for the first time in weeks, I shut both of our closet doors, and I made sure they stayed shut. The next morning, Ethan woke up cheerful. No whispering, no crying. For the first time in a long time, he seemed completely fine. While eating breakfast, he suddenly looked up at me and said, "Hey, Daddy." I smiled. "Yeah? Why did you take my mirror?" I hesitated. "Just didn't want you scaring yourself at night," I said lightly. Ethan chewed his waffle, thinking. Then he shook his head. It wasn't me looking at me. I didn't answer. I didn't want to know what that meant. That night, when I put Ethan to bed, he barely even mentioned the tall lady. He just yawned, pulled the blankets up to his chin and said, "She doesn't like you, Daddy." I smirked. "Yeah, I got that." Ethan blinked sleepily. Then, just as I was about to turn off the light, he whispered, "She says you're trying to get rid of her." My stomach dropped. I forced a chuckle. "Well, she's not real, so I don't think she has much of a say." Ethan frowned, thinking. Then he sighed and turned over. "That's what I told her." I exhaled slowly. "Go to sleep, bud." He didn't answer. I turned off the light and left his door cracked open. As I walked to my room, I told myself I had done the right thing. The doctor said this was a fixation, a habit. If I kept removing whatever was fueling it, it would stop. I believed that. I had to. Because if I didn't, I had to consider something worse. That she was real, and she was angry. I wanted to believe that getting rid of the mirror and keeping Ethan's routine normal would make things better. For a few days, it actually seemed like it had. Ethan slept through the night. No whispering, no crying, no talking about the tall lady. I felt myself finally starting to relax. Maybe the doctor was right. Maybe this really was just a phase, a fixation, a weird sleep issue. But then, 3 nights later, Ethan refused to go to bed. Not in a whiny 5 more minutes way. He was scared. I found him in the hallway, clutching his stuffed dinosaur to his chest. His little feet were planted firmly on the carpet like he had been standing there for a while. I knelt beside him. "What's wrong, bud?" Ethan wouldn't look at me. His small hands squeezed the stuffed animal tight. "She's mad," he mumbled. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. I forced a chuckle. "Who?" "You know." I sighed. "Ethan, there's no tall lady." His fingers curled into the fabric of his pajama pants. "But she was here," he whispered. My throat went dry. I glanced toward his bedroom door. It was still open, the nightlight casting a soft glow inside. Everything looked normal. I rubbed his back. "Bud, I promise you're safe. She's not here." Ethan finally looked up at me. His little face was serious. "Not anymore." I swallowed. "What do you mean?" His gaze flickered toward the front door. "She followed us." A slow, creeping chill spread through my chest. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then softly Ethan whispered, "She doesn't like this house." For the first time since this all started, I felt something I couldn't ignore. Fear. Not the kind that comes from an overactive imagination. Not the kind that can be explained away. This was something else. Something primal. I scooped Ethan up, holding him against my chest, his little arms wrapped around my neck, gripping me tightly. I carried him to my room without another word. That night, I didn't sleep. And I didn't check the front door, because I was afraid of what I might see. I called my parents the next morning. "Hey, Dad," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "You guys busy this weekend?" He chuckled. "Not really. What's up?" "Thinking about bringing Ethan over for a few nights." He hesitated. "Everything okay?" I forced a smile. "Yeah, just figured he could use some time with Grandma and Grandpa." I didn't mention that I needed to get out of the house. That something about the way Ethan had looked at the front door made me feel like we weren't supposed to be here anymore. That afternoon I packed our bags. I told Ethan we were going on a mini vacation. He seemed excited, which made me feel better. We got to my parents' house that evening. For the first time in weeks, Ethan slept soundly. No whispering. No nightmares. No talking about the tall lady. I should have felt relieved, but I didn't. Because if she wasn't in our house anymore, where was she? We stayed with my parents for 2 nights. Ethan was back to his normal self, laughing, playing, sleeping through the night. It felt good. It felt normal. Like everything that had happened before had just been a bad dream. But on the morning of the 3rd day, as we were getting ready to leave, Ethan stopped suddenly in the middle of the living room. I turned, expecting him to be looking at a toy or the television. But he wasn't. He was staring at the front door. My skin prickled. I walked over, kneeling beside him. "What's up, bud?" Ethan didn't answer. His small fingers curled into the hem of his shirt. Then quietly, he mumbled, "She's not here anymore." A cold weight settled in my chest. I swallowed. "Who's not here?" He finally turned to me. "The tall lady." A sharp, involuntary breath caught in my throat. I tried to keep my voice even. "Where did she go?" Ethan hesitated. Then, without looking at me, he whispered, "Home." My stomach twisted. I forced a small smile. "Our home?" He nodded slowly. My hands felt cold. I forced myself to take a deep breath. It was over. The fixation was gone. Ethan wasn't scared anymore. That's all that mattered. Right? I didn't let myself hesitate. I hugged him, kissed his forehead, and said, "Good. Then it's time for us to go home, too." Even though deep down I wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do. Even though for the first time I didn't feel like our house was ours anymore. I felt like it belonged to someone else. Someone who had been waiting for us to return. And the worst part? I knew Ethan felt it too. We drove home in silence. Ethan stared out the window, his fingers tapping absently against his car seat. I kept glancing at him in the rearview mirror, half expecting him to say something. Something about the tall lady. Something about what he had meant when he said she had gone home. But he didn't. It was like the last few months had never happened. Like he had already forgotten. I told myself that was a good thing. But as we pulled into the driveway, I felt that familiar weight settle in my chest. The house looked the same. Nothing had changed. And yet, as I parked the car and cut the engine, I hesitated. For the first time, I didn't want to go inside. I glanced at Ethan. He was still staring at the house. His little hands curled into his sleeves. I took a deep breath. "All right, bud, let's go in." Ethan nodded and unbuckled his seatbelt. I carried our bags inside, flipping on the lights. Everything was exactly how we left it. No signs that anyone had been here. No reason to feel like something was off. But I still did. I took Ethan's bag to his room, heart pounding for no reason at all. His closet was closed. The tape I had put over the handle was still in place. I let out a slow breath. Everything was fine. Everything was normal. Ethan shuffled in behind me, rubbing his eyes sleepily. "You okay, bud?" I asked, ruffling his hair. He nodded, crawling into bed without another word. I tucked him in and kissed his forehead. "Good night, Ethan." "Good night, Daddy." I turned off the light and shut the door halfway, leaving the hallway light on. For the first time in weeks, I let myself believe it was over, that we could finally move on, that I could forget about all of this. And for a long time, I did. Ethan never talked about the tall lady again. Not once. By the time he was 6, he didn't even seem to remember her. If I ever brought up the strange things he used to say, he would just shrug and go back to playing with his toys. By 7, I had almost convinced myself it was all in my head. A weird childhood phase, a sleep issue, something he had simply grown out of. By 8, I never thought about it anymore. Until one random afternoon, when I was cleaning out my closet, I was going through old storage bins, pulling out things I hadn't looked at in years, junk mail, receipts, old notebooks. Then my fingers brushed against something smooth. I pulled it out. My stomach dropped. It was the mirror, the one I had taken from Ethan's room all those years ago. I had forgotten about it completely. I exhaled sharply, shaking off the weird feeling creeping up my spine. It was just a mirror. Just an old, dusty mirror. I turned it over in my hands. The glass was a little smudged, but otherwise fine. I set it against the wall and leaned back, stretching my sore shoulders. Then, out of nowhere, Ethano, 9 years old, walked past my door. He stopped. His eyes landed on the mirror. He froze. I blinked. "What's up, bud?" He didn't answer. He just stood there, staring. I frowned. "You okay?" Ethan's jaw clenched. He took a slow step back. Then, so quietly I almost didn't hear it, he mumbled, "Where did you find that?" A slow chill crawled up my spine. I forced a chuckle. "It's just your old mirror, bud. I forgot I put it in here." His little hands curled into fists. Then, in a shaky voice, he whispered, "Daddy, don't put it back." My breath caught. The way he said it, urgent, terrified, sent an icy wave of dread through me. I swallowed. "Why?" Ethan didn't look away. His face had gone pale. He took another slow step backward. Then, almost too soft to hear, he whispered, "She's still in there." I didn't move, didn't speak. For a second, all I could hear was the faint hum of the overhead light. Then, before I could even react, Ethan turned and walked away, like he didn't want to be near the mirror any longer than he had to, like it was something dangerous. I turned back to it slowly. It was just a mirror. But now, I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want to see my own reflection. Instead, I grabbed the entire thing with both hands, carried it to the backyard, and threw it straight into the garbage bin. I never told Ethan. I never asked what he saw. I didn't want to know, because no matter how many years passed, somewhere deep down I always knew she was real. and I didn't want to give her away back. We almost didn't go. The trip had been planned for weeks, one last camping weekend before summer ended. But the closer it got, the more excuses everyone had. Work, family, just didn't feel like it. In the end, it was only me, Drew, and Mason who actually followed through. And I wish we hadn't. We picked a spot deep in the woods, far from any official campsite. Drew was the outdoors guy, always pushing for more remote places, while Mason and I just went along with it. No cell service, no people, just trees and quiet. We set up camp as the sun started dipping behind the treetops. 2 tents, Drew and Mason shared one, and I had my own. A small fire, a few folding chairs. It was peaceful. The air smelled like pine, and the only sounds were crickets and the occasional rustling in the trees. It felt safe. I had no reason to think otherwise. We made dinner over the fire, hot dogs and some half-burned marshmallows. Drew told a story about some hiker who got lost out here years ago and was never found, but Mason rolled his eyes. "You always do this," Mason said, poking at the fire with a stick. "You can't go 5 minutes without trying to creep people out." Drew grinned. "It's not my fault. You guys don't appreciate local history." I laughed, but part of me wished he hadn't said anything. It was different hearing a story like that when you were actually out here, surrounded by miles of empty woods. We stayed up for a while, drinking a couple of beers and talking about nothing. Eventually the fire burned low and Mason yawned. "All right, I'm calling it," he said, stretching. "We've got a long hike back tomorrow." Drew and I agreed. I crawled into my tent, zipped it shut, and curled up in my sleeping bag. The air was cool and the ground was uncomfortable, but I was tired enough that it didn't matter. Outside, the fire crackled softly. The last thing I heard before I drifted off was the distant hoot of an owl. Something woke me up. I wasn't sure what at first. My mind was groggy, still tangled in half-formed dreams. Then I heard it, whispering. Low, hushed voices, barely audible over the rustling of leaves. I blinked, heart pounding. At first I thought it was Mason and Drew talking in their tent, but as I listened, my stomach tightened. It wasn't coming from their direction. It was coming from outside. I held my breath, straining to hear. The voices were soft, like someone trying not to be heard. Then I caught something else, a faint shuffle, like feet moving through the dirt. I sat up slowly, my sleeping bag rustling around me. My hands were clammy. My brain scrambled for explanations. An animal? The wind? Someone else out here? We were miles from the nearest campsite. No one else should be here. I reached for my flashlight, fingers shaking. Then I heard Drew's voice. "Do you hear that?" Mason, "Yeah." They were awake too. I swallowed hard and unzipped my tent as quietly as I could. The whispering stopped. The night was silent. I poked my head out, scanning the trees. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow, Shadows stretched long and dark between the trunks. Nothing. I turned toward Mason and Drew's tent. The fabric rustled as Drew peeked his head out, his face pale in the dim light. "You heard it too, right?" I whispered. He nodded. "Yeah, it sounded." Then he stopped. His eyes widened, locking onto something behind me. A cold wave of fear crashed over me. I turned slowly, dread curling in my stomach. And that's when I saw it. There were 3 tents. My breath caught. That wasn't possible. We only set up 2. But there it was, a 3rd tent, just a few feet away from mine. It looked exactly like ours, same shape, same color, but something about it felt off, like it hadn't been there before, like it didn't belong. I stared at it, my skin prickling. Drew whispered, "Was that there earlier?" "No," I said, my voice barely audible. Mason unzipped their tent and climbed out, his eyes locked onto the new tent, and his whole body tensed. What the hell? None of us moved. None of us spoke. The night was too quiet. No wind, no insects, just the faint crackle of the dying fire. I licked my lips, my throat dry. What do we do? Mason exhaled slowly. Maybe someone set up camp after we went to bed. I shook my head. We would have heard them. Drew picked up a stick from the ground, gripping it tightly. We should check inside. Mason snapped his head toward him. "Are you insane?" Drew shrugged. "What if someone's in there? What if they need help?" I wanted to believe that. I really did. But something about that tent felt wrong. Drew took a step forward. Mason grabbed his arm. "Dude number." Drew hesitated. Then finally, he sighed and stepped back. "Fine, but we can't just ignore it." We stood there, staring at it. The tent just sat there, silent, waiting. The whispering hadn't come back. But I still felt watched. The seconds stretched. No one moved. Then Drew whispered, "We should go back to bed." Mason shot him a look, seriously. "What else are we supposed to do?" Drew muttered. "If someone's in there, they know we're here. We're not gonna charge in there like idiots." Mason clenched his jaw, but didn't argue. Neither did I. Because deep down, I didn't want to know who was inside. We climbed back into our tents. I lay awake for hours, staring at the fabric walls, listening, waiting. At some point, exhaustion won, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. I woke up at sunrise. The first thing I did was sit up and unzip my tent. The morning was bright and peaceful, sunlight filtering through the trees. Birds chirped in the distance. For a moment, everything seemed normal. Then I looked. The 3rd tent was gone. I stared at the empty patch of dirt where it had been. No flattened grass, no sign of movement. Like it had never been there at all. A heavy weight settled in my chest. I wasn't crazy. We had all seen it. So where did it go? Mason stepped out of his tent, rubbing his eyes. He froze when he saw the empty space. He turned to me, face pale. "It's gone." I nodded slowly. Drew stepped out next, his expression unreadable. For a long time, none of us spoke. Then Drew muttered, "We need to leave." I didn't argue, because whatever had been out there last night, I didn't think it wanted us to stay. None of us talked while we packed up camp. Normally, Drew would be cracking jokes, Mason would be grumbling about waking up early, and I'd be zoning out while shoving stuff into my bag. Not this time. This time, we moved fast, silent, like speaking out loud might somehow make things worse. Every so often, I'd glance at the spot where the third tent had been. There was nothing there. No flattened grass, no footprints, just untouched dirt, like it had never been there at all. I knew that wasn't possible. We had all seen it. I looked at Drew, expecting him to say something, make a dumb excuse like maybe we were just half asleep, or maybe it was an animal and we imagined the shape, but he never did. He just kept his head down, stuffing his gear into his backpack. Mason wasn't talking either. That scared me the most. Mason never shut up. We left the campsite around 7 in the morning. The sun was still low, golden light filtering through the trees, making everything look softer than it should have. Like nothing had happened. Like last night was just a bad dream. I knew better. The whole hike back I felt off, like something was watching us. Every few minutes, I'd glance over my shoulder, expecting to see a figure standing between the trees. Nothing was ever there. But the feeling didn't go away. I knew Mason felt it too. His shoulders were stiff, and he kept glancing around like he was expecting something to jump out at us. Drew was quiet, too quiet. Normally he was the loudest of us, complaining about his pack, pointing out random birds, or telling some ridiculous story. But this morning, nothing. He just walked, fast. I think we all knew it. None of us wanted to be out here anymore. We should have made it back to the car in about 4 hours. But somewhere along the way, something went wrong. It started small. A fallen tree blocking the path, one that hadn't been there when we came in. I stopped walking. Did we take a wrong turn? Mason shook his head. No way. This is the right way. Drew didn't say anything. I looked around, trying to recognize anything. A broken branch, a familiar rock formation, something to prove we were still on the right path. I couldn't. The woods felt different. I didn't realize why until Mason muttered, "Where are the birds?" The air was still. No rustling leaves, no distant chirps. Just silence. Like the entire forest was holding its breath. A wave of nausea rolled through me. "We should keep moving," Drew said, finally speaking for the first time that morning. His voice was tight, forced. We walked faster. Half an hour passed, then an hour, then 2. We should have been close to the car by now, but nothing looked familiar. The trees were too tall, too dense, The path felt wrong. Mason stopped. Okay, we're lost. Drew let out a sharp breath. No, we're not. Mason shot him a look. Then where the hell are we? Drew didn't answer. My throat felt tight. This didn't make sense. We had one trail to follow, a straight shot from the campsite to the parking lot. There was no way we should have been out here this long. Mason pulled out his phone. No signal. I checked mine. Nothing. Drew was gripping his pack strap so tightly his knuckles were white. Let's just keep walking. The trail has to lead somewhere. Mason exhaled through his nose but didn't argue. I didn't argue either, because I didn't know what else to do. So we walked, and walked, and walked. The third tent was back. Mason saw it first. He stopped dead in his tracks, his breath catching. Guys. I turned to look, and my stomach dropped. There, in a small clearing between the trees, was a tent. Not just any tent. The same tent. The one that hadn't been there last night. The one that disappeared before sunrise. Now, it was sitting right in front of us. Mason took a shaky step back. No, we're going in circles. We have to be. Drew was staring at it. His jaw was clenched, his hands curled into fists. We're not, he said. His voice was flat. Then what the hell is this? Mason's voice was rising. I didn't know what to say. I was trying to process it, trying to make sense of it. But there was no making sense of it. Because the tent wasn't just in the same spot. It was set up exactly like it had been before. Like time had reset. Like last night had never ended. Mason turned toward Drew. You wanted to open it last time. Well, go ahead. Open it. Drew didn't move. He just kept staring. Mason let out a harsh laugh, shaking his head. That's what I thought. Then he turned back to me. We need to go. Now. I nodded. But as I took a step back, something changed. The air shifted. The silence deepened, and from inside the tent something moved. A faint rustling, barely there. But we all heard it. Mason grabbed my arm, his fingers ice cold. My breath was stuck in my throat. Drew took one slow step forward, and the zipper started unzipping. I didn't wait. I turned and ran. Mason ran too. We didn't stop, didn't speak. Branches slashed at my arms. Roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't stop running. Somewhere behind us, I heard Drew shouting, but I didn't look back. I couldn't. Because I knew whatever was in that tent wasn't human. And I didn't want to see it. I just wanted to get out. I didn't care if we were lost. I didn't care if we had to walk for hours. As long as we never saw that tent again. As long as we never found out who or what had been inside. I don't know how long we ran. Time didn't feel real anymore. It was just the sound of branches whipping against my arms, my feet slamming against the dirt, Mason's ragged breathing beside me. Somewhere behind us, Drew was still shouting. I couldn't tell if it was at us or at the thing in the tent, but I didn't turn back to find out. I kept running. The woods blurred into a smear of green and brown. My legs burned, lungs on fire. I wasn't thinking about direction anymore. Just away. Away from the clearing. Away from the tent. Away from whatever had been inside. Mason was next to me, his face twisted in panic. We were going too fast, too blindly. The only reason I stopped was because my foot caught on a hidden root, sending me sprawling into the dirt. Pain shot up my ankle, I gasped, sucking in air, dizzy from the adrenaline. Mason skidded to a stop beside me, hands shaking. "Are you okay?" I barely heard him. My ears were ringing, my pulse was too loud. And then I realized something. It was quiet. Not just quiet. Too quiet. No footsteps, no voices. No Drew. Mason must have realized it at the same time. He turned, looking behind us, his face going pale. "Where is he?" I swallowed, chest tight. "I don't know." Mason ran a hand over his face, his breathing uneven. Shit. We stood there, frozen, trying to listen, trying to hear anything. But the woods were empty. No footsteps. No running. No shouting. Drew was just gone. Mason's hands curled into fists. "We have to go back." I stared at him. "Are you insane? He could be hurt." I shook my head violently. "Number, you saw that thing in the tent. That wasn't a person." Mason looked away, jaw clenched. Neither of us wanted to say what we were both thinking. Drew wasn't coming back. Not if he had stopped running. Not if he had gone back. The woods stretched around us, dark and endless. Mason exhaled shakily. "What do we do?" I looked around, trying to get my bearings. My ankle throbbed. My arms were scratched up, but I ignored it. "We keep going," I said. "We find the car." Mason hesitated. Then he nodded. Neither of us said Drew's name again. What happened to Drew? We made it to the car just after sundown. It should have taken 4 hours. We had been walking for nearly 10. We peeled out of there so fast that gravel kicked up behind us. Neither of us looked back. We drove straight to a gas station, sitting in silence for a long time before Mason finally said, "We have to call the cops." I didn't want to, because once we did, it became real. But Drew was still out there. So we called. The search lasted 4 days. On the 5th day, they found him. Alive. But barely. They found him miles from where we had last seen him, lying at the base of a ravine, unconscious. His leg was broken. His head was bleeding. He was lucky to be alive. At first, they thought he had just fallen, that he had gotten lost in the woods and taken a bad step. But when they questioned him, his story didn't make sense. He didn't remember falling. He didn't even remember running. All he remembered was standing in front of the tent, hearing something inside, and then nothing. Just waking up in the ravine. He had no memory of the hours between. The doctors said his head injury might have caused the memory loss, that he was confused, disoriented, that his mind probably filled in the gaps with dreams and nightmares. But I don't think that's what happened, because the search team found something else. Something near where they had found Drew. A tent. The tent. Exactly like the one we had seen that night. Except it wasn't ours. It wasn't anyone's. And inside, there was nothing. No gear, no footprints, no signs that it had ever been used. Just an empty tent, sitting there, waiting. Aftermath. Drew recovered. Physically, at least. But he was never the same after that trip. None of us were. We didn't talk about it, ever. I stopped camping, stopped hiking, stopped going anywhere that remote. Mason did too. And Drew? Drew moved across the country. Just packed up and left. We don't talk anymore. I still have questions. How did he end up in that ravine? Why couldn't he remember anything? Why was the tent still there? I don't think I'll ever get answers. And I'm not sure I want them. Because whatever happened that night, whatever was in that third tent, it didn't want us there. And I don't think we were ever supposed to leave. I don't know why we let Eric talk us into this. Looking back, there were little signs, things I brushed off because we'd been friends for so long. I trusted him. Maybe that was my mistake. There were 5 of us, me, Eric, Ryan, Kyle, and Jason. We'd been planning this hiking trip for weeks. Just a simple weekend out in the mountains, good views, some beers by the fire, nothing crazy. We'd done trips like this before, but this time, Eric had picked the spot. This trail's barely known, he said, when we met up in the parking lot that morning. No crowds, no screaming kids, just pure wilderness. I should have paid more attention to how excited he seemed. The first few hours were normal. The air was crisp, the trees thick and green, sunlight breaking through the branches in golden patches. The trail itself was well worn but empty, and for a while it was perfect, just us, the crunch of dirt under our boots, the occasional bird call. Ryan and Kyle walked up ahead, cracking jokes about how every hiking trip turns into a deep conversation about life by the second day. Jason stuck with me, adjusting the straps of his pack every few minutes. Eric led the way. It was after lunch when he suggested the shortcut. We'd stopped by a small clearing to rest, passing around granola bars and water bottles. The official trail curved to the right, winding down a steep slope before disappearing into the trees. That's when Eric pointed to something barely visible through the woods, a narrow, unmarked path, cutting straight ahead. Way faster, he said. Shaves like 2 hours off the trip. I frowned. How do you know that? I've done this trail before, he said casually. A while back. This connects to the main route just past the river. Ryan looked skeptical. If it's faster, why isn't it on the map? Eric shrugged. Probably not maintained, but it's fine. I wouldn't take us anywhere sketchy. That was the thing about Eric. He had this way of making anything sound reasonable. I'd known him since high school, and he'd always been like that, persuasive, confident. The kind of guy who could talk you into climbing a fence just to see what was on the other side. We hesitated, but in the end, we followed him. At first, the shortcut didn't seem like a bad idea. The path was narrow, but still walkable, the trees pressing in closer on either side. It was quieter, not even wind in the branches, just the sound of our footsteps. That was the first thing I noticed. The silence. Normally the woods are full of little sounds, birds, insects, leaves rustling. But as we moved deeper, it was like the forest swallowed every noise. The further we went, the heavier the air felt, the more muffled everything became. Kyle must have noticed too, because he made a joke about it. "Feels like we're in one of those horror movies," he said, "where they take a random shortcut and then never come back." Ryan snorted. "Yeah, except instead of a psycho in a mask, we'd probably just get eaten by a bear." But Jason Hay wasn't laughing. "This doesn't feel right," he muttered. I agreed with him, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be the one to make a big deal out of nothing. And besides, Eric seemed completely fine walking ahead, casual as ever, like he'd done this 100 times before. Then we saw the first carving. It was small, just a symbol, cut deep into the bark of a tree. 3 overlapping circles, perfectly symmetrical. At first, I thought it was some hiker's attempt at leaving a marker, but then I saw another. And another. Within 5 minutes, we'd passed at least 10 of them, all spaced out along the trees, the same shape, carved with the same precision. Kyle slowed down, running his fingers over one. "What the hell is this?" "Probably just some locals messing around," Eric said. Jason shook his head. "These look old." Ryan crouched by a fallen log, brushing dirt off something. "They're on the ground, too." I looked down. Sure enough, there were more carvings etched into rocks, burned into fallen branches. It was weird, really weird. "Let's just keep moving," Eric said. I should have argued. I should have told him we needed to turn around, that this wasn't normal. But I didn't. I told myself it was nothing, just some weird hiker tradition we didn't know about. So we kept going. By late afternoon, the sky started to shift, the light turning that soft golden color that meant we needed to find a place to set up camp soon. "We should get back to the main trail," Jason said. "Almost there," Eric replied. "Just a little further." We hiked another half hour, then an hour. The main trail never appeared. By the time we stopped, the sun was starting to dip behind the trees, stretching long shadows across the ground. "We should have hit the river by now," Ryan said, his voice tight. Eric hesitated, but only for a second. "We must have veered off a bit. No big deal. We'll find it tomorrow." "No big deal," Jason snapped. "We've been walking for hours, man. If this was really a shortcut, we should be at camp right now." Eric sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Look, I miscalculated. We'll figure it out in the morning." It was a bullshit answer, and we all knew it. But arguing wouldn't help, not when it was getting dark. We set up camp in a small clearing. Nobody talked much. Ryan and Kyle gathered firewood, while Jason sat on a log, staring off into the trees like he was waiting for something to move. I kept thinking about those symbols. I told myself they were meaningless, just random carvings. But deep down, I didn't believe that. And as the fire crackled and the shadows stretched longer around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone out here. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, disoriented, my face half buried in my sleeping bag. The fire had burned low, just glowing embers now, and for a second, I didn't know what had woken me. Then I noticed it. The silence. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant chirp of crickets, nothing. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring, like your brain is trying to fill in the absence of sound. It was the same unnatural quiet we'd noticed on the trail, but now it felt even heavier, pressing in on my skull like a dull headache. I sat up slowly, looking around. The others were still sleeping, Ryan curled up with his jacket over his face, Kyle halfway out of his bag, one arm draped over his pack. Jason wasn't in his sleeping bag. My stomach clenched. I turned my head, scanning the camp, and there he was sitting on a log near the fire, staring into the dark woods. "Jason," my voice was hoarse. He didn't move at first, just sat there, motionless. Then finally, he turned his head slightly, like he'd only just realized I was awake. "Couldn't sleep," he muttered. I got up, my legs stiff from hiking all day. The cold hit me immediately, sharper than before, like the temperature had dropped way more than it should have. I pulled my hoodie tighter around me and walked over, sitting down next to him. "You hear that?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. He just nodded, his eyes still fixed on the tree line. It was starting to freak me out. I followed his gaze, squinting into the darkness. Nothing. Just the thick wall of trees, barely visible in the dim light of the embers. "Feels like the whole forest is holding its breath," he said finally. I didn't know what to say to that. He was right. For a while we just sat there, both of us staring out into the woods, listened to the silence. Then, somewhere in the distance, a snap, like a branch breaking underfoot. I stiffened. Jason heard it too. He sat up straighter, shoulders tensing. Another snap, closer this time. We weren't alone. I reached over and nudged Ryan, whispering his name. He groaned, half asleep, but when I nudged him again, he finally stirred. "What?" he mumbled. I put a finger to my lips. "Listen." For a moment, there was nothing, just that awful, suffocating silence. Then, crunch. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps. Ryan shot up, instantly awake now. He looked at me, then at Jason, then toward the sound. Kyle stirred next, muttering something about being cold, but before he could fully wake up, another sound cut through the stillness. A whisper. I swear to God, it was a whisper, too low to make out the words, but it came from just beyond the trees. My breath caught in my throat. Jason was already reaching for his flashlight. He clicked it on and aimed the beam into the woods. Nothing. Just trees, stretching endlessly into the black. He swept the light left, then right. Still nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just moved just out of range of the light, slipping deeper into the dark. Ryan cursed under his breath. Probably an animal. No, Jason said. His voice was dead serious. That was a voice. Ryan started to argue, but then the whisper came again. This time, it was on the other side of camp. Closer. Kyle sat up fast. What the hell was that? No one answered. We were all frozen. Eric, who had been sleeping deeper than anyone, finally stirred. What's going on? Shh, I hissed. For a few seconds, everything was still. Then, from somewhere out in the trees, a low, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled through the leaves. That was it. I grabbed my boots, yanking them on as fast as I could. Jason was already standing, gripping his flashlight so tightly his knuckles were white. Ryan looked around wildly, like he was trying to decide if this was some kind of elaborate prank. Eric, though, he just sat there, completely calm. That's when I noticed something. He wasn't scared, not like the rest of us. In fact, he almost looked expectant, like he'd been waiting for this. I swallowed hard. We need to leave, now. Ryan nodded. Screw this. I'm not sticking around to find out what that was. But Eric, he just sighed, rubbing his hands together like we'd just told him something mildly annoying, like he knew we were going to say that. Relax, he said. You guys are overreacting. I stared at him. Did you not hear that? It's the woods, man. Sounds carry weird. Probably just an echo. Jason turned to him. Then why the hell was it on both sides of us? Eric didn't answer. That was when Kyle grabbed his pack. Nope, I'm out. He was up and moving before anyone could stop him, stepping toward the path we'd come from. And that's when we saw it. The carvings. I don't know how we didn't notice before. Maybe we were too tired, too distracted. But now that we were looking, they were everywhere. All around our campsite, more symbols had been carved into the trees. Not just the 3 circles we'd seen earlier. New ones, different ones. I couldn't breathe. They hadn't been there when we set up camp. I was sure of it. But now, as the firelight flickered, they seemed to glow the fresh cuts in the bark stark against the blackened trunks. Ryan took a step back. Tell me someone did this before we got here. No one answered. Because we all knew the truth. Someone or something had done this while we were sleeping. Kyle turned back to us. We're leaving, right now. Eric exhaled sharply, standing up. Guys, calm down. His voice was steady, but I saw it just for a second. A flicker of something in his eyes. Not fear, not confusion. Annoyance. Like we were ruining something for him. And that was the moment I knew Eric hadn't just picked this trail at random. He knew. He knew about the carvings. He knew about the silence. He knew about whatever was out there. And he brought us here anyway. I don't know if it was the carvings or the whispers in the dark, but something finally snapped in Ryan. We're leaving, he said, right now. He was already stuffing his sleeping bag into his pack, moving fast. Kyle was right behind him. Jason didn't even argue, was rolling up his mat, shoving gear into his bag like his life depended on it. And then there was Eric. He just stood there, arms crossed, watching us like we were a bunch of kids throwing a tantrum. You guys are being ridiculous. I stopped, glaring at him. Are you serious? Eric sighed. Yeah, I am. Think about it for 2 seconds. If something was out there, wouldn't we have seen it by now? You're all freaking out over some weird echoes and a couple of old carvings. I felt my stomach twist. That tone, that calm, dismissive way he was talking. Like he was trying to keep us here. Kyle pulled his straps tight. I don't care, man. I'm not spending another night in these woods. Jason was already grabbing his flashlight. We backtrack, find the trail, get the hell out. Ryan turned to me. You coming? I nodded, throwing my pack over my shoulders. I didn't know where we were going, but I knew one thing: I wasn't staying in that clearing. Eric just stood there. For a second, I thought he was going to let us go, that he'd give up and follow, realize he wasn't going to talk us out of it. But then he exhaled sharply, shook his head, and muttered something under his breath. Something that sounded like, "They never make it easy." My blood turned cold. "What did you just say?" I asked. Eric didn't answer. He just looked up, and I swear to God, I saw pity in his eyes. Then behind us, the sound of branches breaking. Not a snap, not a single step. A full-body crash. Like something huge was moving through the trees. Kyle swung his flashlight toward the sound. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating nothing but shifting branches and empty space. Then the whispering started again. But this time, it wasn't distant. It was close. Jason grabbed my arm. Go. And just like that, we ran. We didn't check the map. We didn't even think. We just picked a direction and sprinted, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping against our arms and faces. Behind us, I heard Eric call out. Not panicked, not scared, just annoyed. Guys, come on. Like we were ruining his night. I didn't look back. We kept running until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like they were about to give out. The ground sloped down beneath us, steep and uneven, and at some point, Kyle tripped, tumbling forward with a curse. Ryan hauled him up, and we kept moving. The whispering followed us. It was everywhere. On both sides, behind us, threading through the trees like 100 voices overlapping, words we couldn't understand. Then Jason stopped. I almost crashed into him. What the hell? He turned, his face pale. Where's Ryan? I whipped around. Ryan had been right behind us. I was sure of it. But now he was gone. My heart slammed against my ribs. Ryan. The forest swallowed my voice. Jason took a step forward, shining his flashlight through the trees. The beam shook in his hand. Then we heard it. Ryan's voice. But it was wrong. Too flat, too calm. Guys, over here. I turned to Jason. His jaw was clenched so tight I thought his teeth might break. That's not him, he whispered. The light flickered over the trees, searching, searching. Then Jason grabbed my arm and bolted. I didn't ask. I didn't hesitate. I just ran. The whispering surged around us, rising, growing into something almost like laughter. And then, the trees ended. We burst into an open clearing, our momentum nearly sending us tumbling forward. I braced myself, gasping for air. Jason spun, pointing his flashlight back toward the tree line. Empty. Nothing moved, no sound. The whispering had stopped. For a few seconds, all we could hear was our own ragged breathing. Then Kyle spoke, his voice shaking. "Where's Ryan?" I swallowed, trying to catch my breath. I don't know." Jason turned in a slow circle, scanning the clearing. "We have to go back for him." Kyle hesitated. His hands were clenched into fists. That thing, it sounded like him. None of us wanted to say what we were all thinking. That maybe it was him. That maybe it wasn't. Jason took a deep breath. "We'll find him. We just need to." A branch snapped. This time, it wasn't behind us. It was in front of us. Kyle swung the flashlight toward the sound. And Eric stepped into the beam. He looked perfectly fine. No scratches, no dirt, no sign that he had just chased after us through the woods. He tilted his head slightly, like he was studying us. Then he smiled. "You guys should have stayed at camp." No breathless questions. No asking where Ryan was. Just that. Kyle took a step back. "Where is he?" Eric sighed. "Relax. He's safe." Something in his tone made my stomach lurch. Kyle's breathing turned ragged. "Safe where?" Eric exhaled, shaking his head like we were the ones acting crazy. Then he turned and started walking not back toward the trees, but deeper into the clearing. Like he expected us to follow. Jason grabbed my wrist. He didn't say anything, but I knew what he was thinking. This was wrong. All of it. And yet, I didn't know what else to do. So, against every instinct screaming at me to run the other way, we followed Eric into the dark. I don't know why we followed him. Maybe it was shock. Maybe it was the desperate hope that he really did know where Ryan was. But part of me thinks it was something else. Something we couldn't control. The way Eric walked calm, steady, confident, it was like he knew we wouldn't run. Like he knew we couldn't. The clearing was small, but beyond it, the ground sloped downward into a denser part of the forest. The trees were taller here, their branches heavy, thick enough to block out what little moonlight there was. The deeper we went, the colder it got. Kyle was the first to speak. "This is wrong." His voice was unsteady, but Eric didn't even acknowledge him. He just kept walking, hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket like this was a casual stroll. Jason grabbed my sleeve, voice low. "He knows something." I didn't respond. I didn't need to. We both knew it was true. Then Eric slowed. We were at the edge of another small clearing, this one different. At first I couldn't tell what was off about it. Then I saw the trees. They weren't just old, they were scarred. More carvings, but not like before. These ones were deeper, rougher, like whoever had made them hadn't just cut into the bark, but gouged it out in a frenzy. Jason turned in a slow circle, scanning the symbols with the flashlight. They weren't just circles anymore. They were faces. Rough, misshapen faces, their mouths open in silent screams. I swallowed hard. "What is this?" Eric finally stopped walking. His back was to us, his posture eerily relaxed, as if he was just stretching his legs after a long drive. Then he spoke. You guys were never supposed to come here." His voice was quiet, flat. Kyle stiffened. "What?" Eric sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I tried to pick a different spot. I really did. But no one else was free this weekend, and..." He turned to face us, and he was smiling. "You guys were easy." For a moment none of us spoke. Then Jason stepped forward. "Where's Ryan?" Eric's smile didn't change. "He's fine," he said. Or, "Well, he will be, if you listen." Something snapped inside me. I lunged at him. Jason grabbed my arm before I could get too close, but the rage was instant, blinding. I wanted to hurt him. I wanted to wipe that smug look off his face, to shake him until he told me what the hell was going on. Eric didn't even flinch. "You shouldn't be mad at me," he said. "You should be mad at them." I froze. "Them?" Eric nodded toward the trees. Kyle took a slow, shaky step back. "There's no one there." Eric raised an eyebrow. "You sure?" And then, behind him, a whisper. "Too close." Kyle's breathing turned ragged. He swung the flashlight toward the sound, but the light flickered just for a second, and when it steadied, the clearing was still empty. Jason's grip on my arm tightened. "What the hell is happening?" Eric sighed. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife. Not a hunting knife, not a switchblade. A small, jagged stone blade. It looked ancient, the edges chipped and uneven, but the point was razor sharp. Kyle swore under his breath. "What the..." "I need one of you to stay." Eric said it so casually, like he was asking someone to grab him a beer. The words didn't register at first. Then Jason spoke, voice dangerously low. "What did you just say?" Eric turned the knife over in his hands, studying the way the firelight reflected off the stone. "They need one," he said. "One to take his place." No one moved. No one breathed. The realization hit all at once. He knew before we even got here. Kyle shook his head, voice shaking. "You're joking." Eric smiled again. But it wasn't his smile. It wasn't a human smile. It was too wide, too stretched, too wrong. Behind him, the whispering started again, louder now, closer. I took a step back. Jason and Kyle did too, the three of us moving together, instinctively putting space between us and whatever Eric had become. The whispering swelled into a low, breathless laughter. Then something moved. Not Eric. Behind him. The shadows in the trees twisted a shape, shifting between the branches, too tall, too thin, its limbs stretching in unnatural angles. It wasn't standing. It was hanging, its body swaying slightly, as if it were suspended by something we couldn't see. And it was watching us. Eric tilted his head slightly, like he was listening. Then he whispered, almost too soft to hear. "They're tired of waiting." The thing in the trees jerked, like a puppet on strings. The whispering became words, though they were too layered, too distorted to understand. And then the ground cracked beneath Eric's feet. It was like something had ripped open beneath him. a split in the dirt, gaping and wrong, blackness stretching down into something that should not have been there. Eric exhaled slowly. Guess that means it's time. Then he smiled one last time and stepped back into the darkness and vanished. The whispering stopped. The wind returned. The cold lifted, and we were alone. For a long time, none of us moved. Then Jason took a shaky step forward, shining his flashlight at the ground where Eric had stood. The dirt was untouched. No crack, no hole. Like he had never been there at all. I turned to Kyle. His hands were shaking. "Ryan," he whispered. We broke into a run. We ran. We didn't think, didn't talk, didn't stop. Our boots pounded against the dirt, cutting through the trees, branches slashing at our arms and faces. Eric was gone, vanished into the ground like he had never been there at all. But Ryan was still out there. At least I prayed he was. Kyle was ahead of me, flashlight bouncing wildly as he ran. Jason was right behind me, his breathing ragged. The whispering was gone now, but the forest still felt wrong, like the air itself had been stretched too thin. Ryan had to be close. He had to be. We broke into another clearing, and for a second I thought we'd made a mistake. It looked almost exactly like the one we'd left, the same scarred trees, the same eerie, empty silence. But then Jason stopped short, his breath catching, and I saw Ryan. He was sitting against a tree, knees pulled to his chest, staring straight ahead with glassy, unblinking eyes. Kyle dropped to his knees beside him. "Ryan!" No response. I crouched down, grabbing Ryan's arm. His skin was ice cold. "Ryan, man, wake up," I said, shaking him. His lips parted slightly. At first, I thought he was going to say something, but then I realized he was mouthing words over and over, too fast to understand. Jason bent closer, trying to make out what he was saying. Then his face twisted. Kyle frowned. What is it?" Jason swallowed hard. "He's saying, it's still watching." A chill ran through me. Ryan blinked, then slow and mechanical, like he'd just remembered how. He turned his head, looking right at me. "Where's Eric?" he rasped. My mouth went dry. Kyle hesitated. "He's gone." Ryan just stared. Not shocked, not confused. Just blank. Then he turned his gaze upward, past me, past Kyle, past Jason toward the trees. I followed his gaze, and I felt my stomach drop. The scarred trees, the ones covered in rough, jagged carvings, were different now. Before, the carvings had been messy, wild, like something had slashed at the bark in a frenzy. Now they were organized. 5 figures, 5 human shapes, crudely carved, standing side by side. The one on the far left was faded, like it had been there longer than the others. The second one had been scratched out entirely. The other 3? Fresh. My blood went cold. Kyle must have realized it at the same time, because he stumbled back, shaking his head. "Number... No. What the hell does that mean?" Jason grabbed Ryan's shoulders. "What happened? Tell us what happened." Ryan blinked again, slower this time. He licked his lips, his voice barely above a whisper. "He wanted to give them someone else," he rasped. Silence. The weight of his words settled over us like a fog. Eric had brought us here for a reason. He hadn't been scared, not once, because he knew what was going to happen. But he miscalculated. We weren't supposed to run. We weren't supposed to fight back. We were supposed to leave someone behind. And when we didn't, they took him instead. Jason stood up fast, his face pale. "We need to go. Now." Kyle didn't argue. None of us did. Ryan could barely stand, but we hauled him to his feet, throwing his arm over my shoulder as we took off. I don't remember much about the hike back. I only remember the feeling, the crushing weight of the woods pressing down on us, the overwhelming sense that if we stopped, if we even so much as looked behind us, we wouldn't leave. Not all of us. It took hours, longer than it should have. The sun was rising by the time we stumbled onto the main trail. And when we reached the parking lot, Ryan collapsed. We called an ambulance. He was severely dehydrated, covered in small cuts and bruises. He barely spoke in the hospital, but the doctors said he'd be okay. At least physically. Kyle, Jason, and I stayed in a cheap motel that night. None of us wanted to be alone. No one talked much. I don't think any of us really knew what to say, because there was no explanation for what had happened. Eric was gone. Not just missing gone. We filed a report, but no one found anything. No sign that he had ever been in those woods. No tracks, no gear, nothing. Like he had never existed at all. Like they had erased him. I wish I could say that was the end of it. But about a week after we got back, Jason sent me a text. "Have you checked the map?" I didn't understand at first. Then he sent a screenshot. The official park map. The same one we'd used to plan our trip. And right there, clear as day, our trail didn't exist. There was no unmarked path, no shortcut, no clearing. And the place where we had camped, where Eric had disappeared, it was labeled restricted land, no public access. I shut off my phone and didn't respond. We don't talk about it anymore. I still think about Eric sometimes. Or at least, I try not to. But the thing is, I still dream about that night. Sometimes in the dream, I wake up back in the clearing. The carvings are new again, the wood still raw. The whispering starts, and I know it's coming, the thing in the trees. And every time I hear Eric's voice, right before he steps back into the dark. They need one. I don't know what happened out there. I don't think I ever will. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just a cheap rental close enough to work that I wouldn't have to suffer through traffic every morning. The house I found was perfect for that. It was a little old, a little run-down, but it had character. The kind of place that needed a few coats of paint but felt like a home. The landlord was an older guy, maybe in his late 50s, with tired eyes and a smoker's rasp. His name was Don, and he seemed harmless enough polite, but not particularly chatty. "It's an old house," he told me when I came for the walkthrough. "The plumbing's a little finicky, and the floors creak like hell, but it's solid. Rent's cheap because it's been sitting empty for a while. I asked why. Don just shrugged. People come and go. Some folks don't like the basement. That should have been my first red flag. I laughed a little. What's wrong with it? Nothing. He gestured vaguely toward the back of the house. Just a weird setup. Some storage space down there, but the door sticks. Probably don't even need to go down there anyway. I glanced at the basement door as we walked through the house. It was old and heavy, made of dark wood, with a tarnished brass handle. It looked wrong, somehow too solid, like it belonged in a different house altogether. The lock was built into the handle. No keyhole, just an old-fashioned turn latch that wouldn't budge when I twisted it. Like I said, Don muttered, sticks. I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured if the basement was just storage, I wouldn't need to worry about it. I signed the lease the next day. The first week in the house was normal. I worked long shifts at a bookstore downtown, so most nights I came home exhausted. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly older folks who kept to themselves. No loud music, no street noise, just the occasional bark of a dog or hum of a passing car. I liked it. It felt safe. But the house itself was loud in a different way. Every night as I lay in bed, I'd hear little sounds, nothing crazy. Just the occasional creak from the floorboards or a soft tap from the pipes. Old house noises. Or at least that's what I told myself. Then I started hearing something else. It was around the fifth night when I woke up to a strange sound just past midnight. A rustling noise, faint but steady, like someone shifting around in another room. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. I turned over, trying to go back to sleep. Thump. A dull, muffled thud somewhere beneath me. I sat up slowly, heart hammering. It had come from the floor. I stared down at the hardwood, barely visible in the dim glow from the streetlight outside. I didn't move, didn't even breathe. For a long time there was nothing, just silence. Then, scratch. A faint, dragging sound, like something raking against wood. I swallowed hard. My mind raced for logical explanations, pipes shifting, the house settling, maybe even a raccoon under the porch. I got out of bed, moving carefully, and tiptoed through the house. Everything was still. The kitchen was empty. The doors were locked. Then my eyes landed on the basement door. It looked the same as before, shut, motionless. But as I stood there staring at it, I had this strange, gnawing feeling in my gut. Like something on the other side was staring back. I shook myself off and went back to bed. It was an old house. Old houses made noise. That's what I told myself over and over until I finally fell asleep. A few nights later, it happened again. I woke up to a noise in the kitchen, like something shuffling across the floor. My stomach clenched. I sat up, straining to hear. Another shuffle. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the dark. Slowly, carefully, I slid out of bed, my heart in my throat. The hallway was empty. I moved toward the kitchen, my socks silent against the floor. My pulse thudded in my ears as I aimed the light toward the counter. Nothing. The room was exactly how I left it. The sink empty, the fridge closed, the cabinets shut. Then my eyes flicked to the back door. I felt a cold chill creep up my spine. The door was still locked, but the curtain was shifted, just slightly, like someone had brushed against it. I checked the lock 3 times before going back to bed. I barely slept. By the end of the second week, I started noticing other things. Little details that didn't make sense. My keys weren't where I left them. I swore I'd dropped them in the bowl by the front door, but the next morning they were on the kitchen counter. The milk was sitting out. I didn't remember using it, but there it was, warming on the counter. At first, I thought I was just being forgetful. I was working long shifts. I was tired. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. But then I found the footprint. It was on the floor near the back door, a smudge of dirt against the hardwood, too big to be mine. I tried to convince myself it was old. Maybe Don had tracked it in when he showed me the place. Maybe I hadn't noticed it before. But deep down I knew better. Something was off in this house. I started locking my bedroom door at night. And that was when the dreams started. They were always the same. I'd be lying in bed, unable to move, staring at the ceiling while a faint scratching sound filled the room. Then slowly my eyes would drift downward toward the floorboards. There'd be a hole, a small splintered crack in the wood, just big enough to see through. And on the other side, something would be watching me. The worst part? I'd wake up and swear I could still hear the breathing. The thing about living alone is that you start to second-guess yourself a lot. Did I leave the kitchen light on? Did I forget to lock the door? Did I really put my phone on the table, or am I just remembering yesterday? That's what I kept telling myself. That's how I justified the little things, the small things. But then they stopped being small. The food was the first real clue. One morning I opened the fridge and immediately noticed it. My loaf of bread, the one I'd just bought, was open. Not torn, not chewed on, just open, the twist tie placed neatly beside it. I don't eat a lot at home, mostly takeout or snacks, quick things I can grab between shifts, but I knew for a fact that I hadn't touched that bread since putting it away. I frowned, picking it up. The first few slices were gone. Not moldy, not old, gone. My stomach clenched. Had I eaten them? I tried to replay the last couple of days in my head. Maybe I had made toast and just forgotten? But deep down, I knew I hadn't. A chill ran up my arms. I checked the rest of the fridge, my heart pounding a little too fast. The milk carton was lighter than I remembered. The peanut butter jar? The lid was loose. I closed the fridge and stood there for a moment, just listening. Nothing. No creaks, no movement, just the quiet hum of the kitchen. I shook myself off and grabbed my bag for work. I was overthinking. I had to be. But then, as I reached for my keys, I noticed something else. The back door. It was locked, but the curtain was wrong again. It was pulled just slightly to the side, like someone had peeked out. I swallowed hard, staring at it. The memory of that footprint came back to me, the one I found by the door last week. I had scrubbed it away, convinced myself it was old, but now I wasn't so sure. I stepped closer, my pulse hammering. Slowly, carefully, I pulled the curtain back and looked outside. The yard was empty. The gate was still latched. The street beyond was quiet, lined with parked cars and empty sidewalks. Nothing. But my gut told me otherwise. I locked both doors before leaving for work that day. And when I got home that night, I double-checked them again. Then I checked the basement door. Still locked, still unmoving. But somehow that didn't make me feel any better. A few days later, I woke up in the middle of the night. Not to a sound, not to a dream, just a feeling. Something was off. I rolled onto my side, blinking into the darkness. My bedroom door was shut, locked from the inside like always. The streetlight outside cast a dim orange glow through my curtains. Then I noticed it. The smell. It was faint, but wrong, a damp, musty scent, like old wood and stagnant air. I sat up slowly, my pulse picking up. The smell was strong enough to make my stomach turn. It wasn't there before. I reached for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut across my room, illuminating the floorboards. Nothing out of place. I hesitated, then swung my legs over the side of the bed. And that's when I heard it. A sound so subtle, so quiet, I almost missed it. Breathing. Shallow. Slow. Not mine. Not outside. Below me. My chest tightened. I froze, barely daring to inhale. For a long moment, I didn't move. Then, very carefully, I pressed my foot down against the floor. The wood didn't just creak, it shifted. A fraction of an inch, barely enough to see, but I felt it. The boards weren't solid, there was space beneath them. The air in the room turned heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. I wasn't alone. I jerked my feet back onto the bed, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might wake up the whole neighborhood. I grabbed my phone, fingers trembling as I hovered over the call button. Who the hell do I even call? The police? The landlord? The breathing had stopped. But the house was too quiet now. I sat there, clutching my phone, listening. And then, a tiny, deliberate tap from beneath the floorboards. I launched off the bed, shoving myself against the opposite wall, barely holding back a scream. My vision blurred. I had to get out. But just as my fingers fumbled for the lock on my bedroom door, a noise stopped me cold. Something moving. Not inside my room, not outside. Below. The wood beneath my bed creaked a deep, groaning shift, like weight pressing against it. I felt my stomach lurch. I don't remember unlocking the door, don't remember running down the hallway. My body moved before my brain could catch up. I flew through the house, my bare feet slapping against the hardwood, my breath stuck in my throat. I didn't stop, not even when I heard it. A soft, slow dragging sound. Coming from the basement door. I barely looked as I ran past, but in the corner of my eye I saw something that made my skin prickle with terror. The lock. The same rusted latch that hadn't budged since the day I moved in. It was unlatched. Hanging loose. I didn't stop running. I made it outside, slamming the front door behind me, gasping in the cold night air. The street was empty, my neighbor's windows dark. No one had heard me, no one had seen me. I turned back to the house, my chest rising and falling in shallow gasps. Nothing moved. The curtains in my bedroom window were still. The porch light flickered weakly, casting long shadows against the ground. But I knew someone was in there. I could feel it. Watching, waiting, and I had the sickest feeling in my gut. They had always been there. I backed away, not taking my eyes off the house, and pulled out my phone with trembling fingers. This time I wasn't calling the landlord. This time I was calling the police. The 911 operator picked up on the second ring. I was still outside, standing in the middle of my driveway in nothing but an old hoodie and pajama pants, my breath fogging in the cold night air. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone to my ear. "What's your emergency?" I opened my mouth to answer, but no words came out at first. My brain was still trying to process what just happened, the noises, the breathing, the damn basement door unlocking by itself. I forced myself to speak, to think someone's in my house. The words felt surreal coming out of my mouth. Saying them made it real. The dispatcher's tone immediately changed, Are you inside the residence? No, I said quickly. 2 ran out. I'm in my driveway. Can you see anyone inside? I turned back to the house. The windows stared back at me, empty and dark. The front door was shut just like I left it. From the outside, everything looked normal, like nothing had happened. Like I hadn't just heard something breathing under my bedroom floor. I swallowed hard. No, but I know someone's in there. Did you see them? I hesitated. No, but I heard them, in the floor and the basement door. I stopped. Something was wrong. The basement door. I could see it from where I was standing, the narrow glass panel next to the back door, barely visible from my angle. It was open. Wide open. My stomach dropped. The dispatcher's voice brought me back. Ma'am? The basement door is open. My own voice sounded distant, detached. I locked it. I know I did. There was a pause. Then, stay where you are. Officers are on their way. I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me. Okay. I hung up, my heartbeat slamming against my ribs. I took another step back from the house, my pulse hammering. The yard suddenly felt too big, too open. I didn't want to stand there, completely exposed. I backed toward my car, gripping my keys so hard they dug into my palm. I unlocked the driver's side door, climbed in, and slammed the lock down. Then I waited. The silence stretched. The house just sat there, dark and still. I kept expecting something, movement in the windows, a shadow in the doorway, a figure stepping out from that open basement door. Nothing. It felt like forever before I saw the red and blue lights flashing at the end of the street. I nearly cried when the first officer stepped out of his patrol car. They took me seriously right away. Maybe it was the way I looked, barefoot, shaking, my face pale and tight with panic. Or maybe it was because I wasn't the first person to call them about this house. 2 officers, Reynolds and Connors, walked me through what would happen. They were going inside. They'd check every room, including the basement. If someone was in there, they'd find them. I didn't go with them. I didn't want to. Instead, I sat in the passenger seat of a second patrol car, blanket wrapped around my shoulders, watching the house like it might move. The front door opened. The officers stepped inside, flashlights cutting through the dark. For the next few minutes, I watched those beams of light flicker behind the windows, moving from the living room to the kitchen, then down the hallway toward my bedroom. Then they went to the basement. And that's when things got weird. It started with the voices. I couldn't hear what was being said at first, just the muffled sound of the officers talking to each other. Then came the creaks of footsteps, the occasional static crackle from their radios. Then silence. Longer than it should have been. I tensed, gripping the blanket tighter around my shoulders. Seconds stretched. Then, Jesus Christ, one of them muttered. Not over the radio. From inside the house. The other officer's voice was lower, more serious. I couldn't make out the words, but I caught something about a crawl space. I sat up straighter, pressing forward against the dashboard. Then their radios clicked on. This is Officer Reynolds. We need backup at address. My stomach turned to ice. Backup? The second officer spoke into his radio, voice sharper now. We have evidence of forced entry. Possible concealed access point. Concealed access point. Crawl space. The words sank into me like lead. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The dispatcher responded quickly, her voice calm but firm. Understood. Dispatching additional units. Connors and Reynolds didn't come out of the house. They were still inside. Checking. Searching. I felt like I was going to throw up. I knew it. I knew something had been wrong. But I hadn't done anything. I had stayed in that house, alone, night after night. I had slept there, while someone else had been inside with me. The backup officers arrived fast, 3 more squad cars, 5 more cops. They rushed toward the house, flashlights and radios going at once. This time, I could hear them clearly. Found a passage behind the basement wall. Leads to a crawl space under the floorboards. Evidence someone's been living here. I couldn't move. Couldn't even blink. Then over the radio. We found something. The officers near me stiffened. There was a pause. Then Reynolds' voice crackled through the radio again, quieter this time. Jesus, there's a mattress down here. My mouth went dry. Another voice chimed in. Personal belongings, clothes, food wrappers. A longer pause. Then, in a voice I'll never forget, there are photos. The officer closest to me swore under his breath. I turned to him, my whole body numb. Photos? I whispered. He hesitated. Then he pressed his lips into a thin line. They're of you. I felt everything drain from my body. All the air, all the blood. Everything. There were pictures of me. In my house. In my bedroom. I don't remember much after that. Everything blurred the rush of more officers, the questions, the paramedics checking my vitals. I barely registered any of it. I was just staring at my house. My home. The place where I had lived alone for the past 3 weeks. Except I hadn't been alone at all. There had been someone else there the entire time. Watching me. Listening to me. Sleeping beneath my floorboards. I wasn't allowed back inside the house that night. The police taped off the basement, called in more units, and started taking statements. I sat in the back of a patrol car, a blanket draped over my shoulders, trying to hold on to the last shred of reality I had left. Because none of this felt real. The officers kept asking the same questions, but my answers never changed. No, I hadn't noticed anything missing except for small things, food, keys moved out of place. No, I hadn't seen anyone. No, I didn't know how long they had been there. And the worst part, I didn't know how they got in. That's what terrified me the most. The landlord, Don, showed up an hour later. His truck pulled into the driveway, tires crunching against the pavement, and he stepped out looking annoyed more than anything. "What the hell's going on?" he asked, waving a hand at the patrol cars. One of the officers pulled him aside. I was too far away to hear most of it, but I saw the way his face changed as they spoke, the way his mouth went tight. Then he turned and looked straight at me. And for a split second, just a second, I thought I saw something else behind his eyes. Not shock, not concern. Something closer to guilt. They pulled a man out of the crawl space around sunrise. I didn't watch it happen. I couldn't. I was still in the patrol car, wrapped in the same useless blanket, staring at my knees. But I heard it. The shuffling of boots on wood, the short, sharp commands, the sound of some being dragged up a set of basement stairs. The officer nearest to me muttered under his breath, "Jesus." I turned my head just enough to see. The man was thin, filthy. His clothes were dark and ragged, his hair greasy and hanging in his face. He kept his head down, shoulders hunched, like an animal caught in a trap. But that wasn't what made my stomach turn. It was the way he moved. Like he wasn't used to standing up straight anymore. like he had been down there for a long, long time. I felt my breath catch, my hands tightened around the blanket. I had been living above him, sleeping, eating, moving through my days like normal, completely unaware that someone was just below me, curled up in the dark, listening to everything. How many nights had I spent alone in my bedroom watching television, scrolling my phone, laughing at dumb videos? How many nights had he been directly beneath me, listening? I felt sick. I had to force myself to look away. They found his setup in the crawl space. A thin mattress, some old blankets, crumpled food wrappers, an empty water bottle, and the photos. The officers didn't let me see them. One of them, Reynolds, the one who had gone down, first pulled me aside and told me gently that it would be better if I didn't. That was all I needed to hear. But I saw the way his jaw clenched, the way his fingers tightened around the folder in his hand. And I knew. They weren't just pictures of me inside the house. They were pictures of me sleeping. The man didn't talk much. He gave the police his name, Gregory Kane, age 46, no known address, no official records in the last 10 years. Could be homeless, one of the officers said, but something doesn't add up. They asked him how he got in, he didn't answer. They asked him how long he'd been there. He just smiled. A slow, knowing smile that made my skin crawl. I didn't want to be anywhere near him. By noon, I was sitting in a diner down the road with a cup of coffee I couldn't drink. Jason had driven down to meet me. He was the closest thing I had to family in this town, an old co-worker who had become a friend over time. When I told him what happened, he showed up without hesitation. "You're not going back there," he said. "I know." I had already texted Don, telling him I was terminating my lease immediately. He didn't argue. He didn't even ask for next month's rent. Jason took a sip of his own coffee, watching me. "You okay?" I let out a slow breath. "I don't know." And that was the truth. I felt like I was watching my own life from the outside, like none of this had actually happened to me. Like if I went back home, I'd walk through the door and everything would be normal. Except I didn't have a home anymore. I couldn't go back. Would never go back. I rubbed my arms, suddenly aware of how exposed I felt. The diner was bright, filled with the sound of clinking dishes and low conversation, but it still felt wrong. Like I was being watched. Jason must have seen something in my face, because his expression softened. "Come stay with me for a while," he said, "just until you figure out your next move." I didn't hesitate. Okay. The police kept in touch for the next few weeks. They had searched the house top to bottom, but they never figured out how Gregory had gotten in. No forced entry, no broken windows. The only explanation? He had been there before me. Waiting. I asked Don if he had known, if he had any idea that someone might have been living down there. He swore up and down that he didn't. I didn't believe him. But I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to forget. It's been 3 months. I moved to a different town, got a new place, a tiny apartment in a busy complex. No basement, no crawl space. I double-check the locks every night, sometimes even triple-check. I don't leave food out, I don't let things go missing. And I never, ever ignore strange noises. Most nights I sleep okay. Other nights I wake up at exactly 3:12 a.m. for no reason. And when I do, I don't move. I don't roll over. I don't check my phone. I just listen. And even though I know it's impossible, even though I know I'm safe, there's still a part of me that's afraid I'll hear it again. that slow, quiet sound. The breathing beneath the floor.